What's up, everybody? We're getting close to kickoff here on Friday Night Fights number 3. The server is about full. We're at about 47 to 46, filling up in just about 10 minutes here so far, at least. I'm gonna go ahead and turn down the music, which will pause here shortly once the loading, all the loading is done and all that jazz. Thank you guys for coming out. If you are watching stream or hanging out, I appreciate it. We're live on YouTube and on Twitch with a delay, so my responses will of course be a little bit slow. But those of you that have been here before, you know the drill. We're going to be in what's called admin cam. We're going to be watching some matches against a ton of different communities. And folks, it should be a awesome experience. I appreciate everybody coming out. So far, I see some DS, Rat, TWS, Phantom, RTB. I'm going to miss somebody. Unnamed EP. And some that I may be less familiar with, of course. Welcome in. Glad you guys are participating. If you are watching the VOD or the stream at some point later, hope you enjoy the rounds. We're going to be kicking off the first map here in a moment. And like I said, there is a delay for stream and there's the broadcast generally. So if it takes a minute for me to hear stuff or respond to stuff, that is why. We have some new stuff implemented though, like a kill feed and a scoreboard on the screen so you guys can keep better track on the VOD of what's happening in the round. And yeah, it should be a good time. We've got a map rotation of about 6 maps for today. Usually make it through about 4 or so before it starts to wind down, so that's pretty good. We even have a blue 4 v blue 4 matchup, which rarely happens unless you have a mod nowadays, because it is no longer in base game squad. Right now everyone is seeding the server, so we've got a bunch of folks just trying to fill it up, getting it ready to go for the first round of the evening, which will be kicking off on Harju. WPMC light infantry versus IMF armored battle groups. Should be a good time. And here in a moment, the stream will be actually kicking off. So if you're listening to this, you're wondering what's going on. It's about to happen. You've been waiting for a little while, but that is part of the delay system to help with cheating, screen watching, all that jazz. The stuff that you may have heard of in previous events that we've held and how we try to keep it as fair as we can. There's about a 15-minute delay on, so no one can necessarily affect the gameplay by watching a direct live stream of what's happening in game. And with all of that said, again, guys, thank you for being here. If you have any questions, you can throw them in chat. There may be people that can help answer that are wandering around. Otherwise, like I said, I'll be kind of calling the match like a broadcast of a sporting event, which is a time and a half. We've got, I know in one Discord, at least about 20 people, about 16 people waiting on things to kick off here in a moment. Like I said, we've got about a 6 map rotation for the evening. Kicking off with Harju, Random Advanced and Secure version 2. All right, I'm going to check and make sure the live streams are going, and it does look like they are kicking off. Perfect. Live streams are running on both platforms. So I'm going to go ahead and give our live queue. Hopefully that does its job. You guys will hear some explosions and things. It's just the server getting all the people in. All right, everybody. It looks like we're getting set here. Closing in on our start. First seating layer is complete. We're moving on to the live layer. So I'm going to go ahead and switch into game so you guys can see that. Welcome in, everybody. Good to have you here. Shout out Coral PP, who's going to be handling some predictions and modding. Shout out to Sassy and Vok, who upset up the server, and Unnamed for hosting the server itself. This is going to be our first round of the event, which again is Harju against, it's going to be WPMC versus IMF. WPMC versus a regular militia. And I'm going to go ahead and also make sure I cut the music. There we go. And now we are into it. We are live. Let me go ahead and hop in my mode. And we are going to be on the side. I think I want to be on the side of WPMC. I'm kind of curious to see how this goes. There we go. All right. I have to make sure I'm set up here for each round. So we'll get there as I begin to get better at this whole system that is now in place. This is a mod called Squad Admin Tools, which helps us give a little bit better of a broadcast. You can see the scoreboard at the top. You're going to have a few other features included that we can use during the broadcast as I start to get more comfortable with all the buttons and all the settings. So what we have going on today is a layer that is going to take place across primarily the more northern part of the map, as you can see here on the right. And I'm on the wrong screen. Please hold. I will fix. There's a reason you're not supposed to be able to see me today. Thankfully, the camera's off because I look a mess. But we have Harju, Random Advanced Secure 2. Again, we're going to be on the side of WPMC, which is blue. Red will be the irregular militia forces. They are going to be bringing their armored group on WPMC. Will have a completely different setup. As you can see, here's the vehicle list. We've got a mobile spawn vehicle for the WPMCs and a ton of light vehicles. They also have their mortars. They do have a tank. This is going to be the IMF's list here. They're gonna have an armored group with the BMP-2, the BMP-1, the T-62, and the Grad, which is going to be firing rockets off all over the place. We have a lot to expect. We have a ton of experienced players playing. Folks from Deep State, Phantom, Rat, Wanks, EP, Unnamed, and probably someone to miss. We got Northern Lights in here, RTB. So many awesome people. Excited to get everybody squatted up and ready to go. There's KOF. There's some TWS. Awesome. Thank you all for taking part. Thank you for being here on the live stream. And we're going to be diving in now to the first match, which will kick off in about 1 minute and 40 seconds. Hopefully everything is working as intended. It has been like last stream. We got both of our lives going perfectly set up. We got our recording done. So we should be in pretty good shape. But I hope you guys enjoy the battle. I'm going to be broadcasting, like I said, more of like a sporting event. So you guys are going to get to see a little bit of behind the scenes of what these teams do on these given layers on the maps with the factions that I chose for better or worse. So we'll buckle up here. I'm going to go ahead and set it so you guys can see the flag capture progress. Up at the top, you'll be able to track what flags are being capped. Towards the right of the screen, you'll see a kill feed, which will give some folks some indication of how they're doing just on the broadcast. The players can't see this, but everyone will have an idea of, or you guys will have an idea of who's doing well by just how many times their name pops up or how bad they're having it in the game itself.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a city map cap for fourth point, marked by the boats. They're going to have a cap advantage on us. I need a yay or nay on playing for fourth.
I'm going to go ahead and make one adjustment. We're going to adjust audio slightly here. Something that I should have already done, but I'm going to lower command chat just a little bit so you guys can hear me over it. Still want you guys to be able to hear everything in there, but I also want you to be able to hear me. All right, so let's see. We've got some conversations about where to go. WPMC is saying that they may, I think they're saying that the IMF is going to have a cap advantage here to some of the middle points. The round is kicking off in 3 seconds, 2, 1. Again, welcome to Friday Night Fights. This is going to be our third event that we've hosted in about 6 months. Again, partnered up with Unnamed.
2 Logi squads to go to the north, 5 Creation Market K4, and then I need another squad to go to J5.
Really good comms, trying to figure out where everybody should go. You can see IMF is pulling out some boats over here. And WP... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong side, I guess. IMF. WPMC has boats going out. I'll get it right. I got to warm up. IMF doesn't have any boats, but they do have a heck of an armor column rolling out here with BMPs. Plenty of infantry. They're all going to be heading to the city. Again, we're on the side of WPMC, which is going to be blue. And you can see at the top, you can keep track of the ticket count, which will be who wins and loses the round itself. I've got the flags up so you can be able to see capture progress and who has an advantage. Each cap is going to give a little bit of tickets to the team capping upon completion of the cap.
Hey guys, somebody in my squad brought up a question. Why do we leave all the lodges at main? We don't need the... I think we left all the goods SLs at main too, if that's happening.
Oh, some lodges got left at main apparently.
Just tell Denny to make it pronto and grab a lodgy.
We've got everybody rolling into town. The WPMC little bird flying around. That's Mason from Wanks, trying not to hit the ground there. Gotta give him a little credit. He probably knows what he's doing. Looks like a BMP-2 hanging out way far over here. Gonna take maybe more of the southern approach into town. We've got WPMCs moving in. Again, we're on the side of WPMC. You'll see them on blue on the map. It looks like they're going around, but they don't have any lodges currently in the field according to the comms.
Hey, besides leaving the lodges at main, I believe in us. I want to maintain pressure on the northern side around.
Oh, we got some of our first combat here. That sounded like, was that the AA gun shooting off? What was that hitting?
I need our squads to the north to maintain pressure around the...
Taking down a couple from Rat, it looks like. Ooh, but they are going to have their own stuff to deal with. Tree getting a shot off. But the return fire takes down Tree, unfortunately. We've got more WPMCs floating around on the north side here. Kind of the northeast of the city itself. Looks like they're starting to spread out. The RTBAA truck looks to be tracked currently. Looks like IMF is going to have the first flag cap beforehand. They are also capping at 3 speed. Still going to be quiet in the city, primarily owned by IMF. Early fight will probably take place here on Harju outskirts soon enough. Ooh. That was a pretty bad explosion over here. It looks like one of the boats got caught up and murdered. Is that the BMP-2? It does look like the BMP-2 has got a great spot here to watch over the river, or the inlet rather. IMF has complete control over the town, the city area. We've got the tank rolling through the town. Minigun for WPMC's firing off.
In the city.
AA gun coming in to fight. No one, I don't think anybody's on the gun right now. Got a few dead over here. AA gun getting hit with a lat. Looks to be tracked currently. Couple more, another shot coming in there.
They're already putting pressure on lumber.
WPMC is going to be in a little bit of struggle fest. Not having lodges come out of main is obviously problematic. They're saying that IMF already has security on lumber, or has some presence on lumber rather. IMF is starting to cap their second point. WPMC not quite to their second point yet. Bunch of infantry up here to the north. They have a good little map control of this area, which is great. May pay some dividends later. Looks like somebody got caught up here. One of the AA guns is destroyed per the call out. So the second one is just here in town with the tank. Lots of IMF infantry pushing here on this northern side. I'm kind of watching this to see if maybe some of these guys can help slow down IMF's control over the map. But there's a little bit of an uphill battle for WPMCs once they get closer to the city. As you can see, there's already IMF hanging out to the east side. To the east side of Harju outskirts. Which is going to be the third cap for WPMC.
Unless we start getting like another squad in the area of 3 diamonds, lumber's going to be like completely wrapped.
Copy, we're pulling up now.
West. That's hanging northwest of the...
Yeah, some very experienced players playing against each other. I'm really excited to see once some of the warm-ups, you know, the couple warm-up rounds get going, how folks start to adapt to how others are playing. So IMF has 2 flags capped. They're up 273 to 220. WPMC is on their second cap now at Truck Stop, which is back here. There's no IMF currently back there right now, so it looks like they will get that off and completed without anybody interrupting it. Got a little skirmish here.
Oh, someone behind me.
Dan, oh, with a trade. Casper finishing it off. Almost got the rally there for the IMF. We've got some EP hanging out east of Harju outskirts, making this a little bit more complicated for WPMC to push in. But now you have this push coming from the north. These are the group that I was kind of... This is part of the group that I was watching earlier that was staying up here. Or that established up here to push down to the city. They are going to have to do some heavy duty work and some quick work to try to take a little more control. But as you can see, the only thing on the eastern side is this basically one squad of infantry playing far east. You do, it looks like, I think, have a tank down here as well. WPMC still got to cover some ground to be able to apply pressure onto east apartments. But that is still, they still have time to get there. WPMC's probably best trait is that they have a lot of speed, they get to a lot of places, and they have a decent amount of firepower with a wide mix of weapons.
Can we get presence on outskirts from south?
I don't want to bring this MSB closer until our tank is dealt with.
No, that's fine.
Now you have a group of guys starting to build up for the WPMC up here near lumber storage.
Clear, guys. I'm putting a hat down on your rally for them.
You should put a hat in the building so it doesn't get mortared.
Now we have this group of WPMCs also on this western side trying to apply some pressure on the backside of the IMF, which is certainly going to slow them down. Both tanks responding. If you watch the kill feed to the right, you can see the kills coming in. You'll recognize some names, especially if you're watching the VOD.
Oh man.
266 to 222.
This is insane, actually.
Yeah, but once we kill all of them,
They should be lacking in enough time.
WPMC starting to make some ground, starting to move towards Harju outskirts.
I got 1.5 on airstrike.
North side of city.
So something worth noting is that WPMCs only have one M60, while the IMF has 3 T62s. They are stacked in armor, but they're going to be lower on infantry. Also, WPMCs have some solid lats and hats to sort of counter all the armor presence. So you start losing armor, you start losing tickets. So it's not shocking right now that the IMF is ahead, not only because of caps.
tank is rolling up on Mark on 12. Like
but their armor is going to eat a little bit towards the beginning of the round. Now it looks like WPMC is getting a foothold more in the city, especially on the northern side. You can see the BMP, both BMPs wandering up here. IMF with 3 caps. Now East Apartments and Hardju Outskirts are the next caps for either side. WPMC is starting to make moves towards Hardju Outskirts. Looks like they will get there, which will give them 3 caps. The fight will then be over East Apartments.
11, if you could backtrack and get a half down on my move, we're having to walk all the way around the water.
Squad 6, can you try to kill one of these vehicles with the tow?
I'm trying. Gotta remember, shit's close quarters in these woods.
Can't been hard to do with one ship.
All right, sorry guys, I had to we're checking on a couple things on the back end here to make sure we're good for the rest of the maps. It looks like the timer is not set the way it needs to be on this layer. We only have an hour-long match, but that should be kind of interesting to see how this works out. All right, we've got IMF still hugging here, or hanging out here on the western side. WPMC is now taking control of Hardju Outskirts. That means their 3rd cap should go to WPMC. The fight will then be more so over East Apartments, which is going to start to be the center point of all the contact. We've been floating around a little bit because the fight has been really spread out across different areas. We've had a little bit going on in the north, a little bit going on in the east in spots. Armor is pretty spread out to cause some problems. East Apartments is starting to get capped by the IMF. I'm surprised IMF did not or was not able to hold. Surprised IMF was not able to hold onto Hardju Outskirts, but they had to spread out because WPMCs were working on how to hold more than that. Like they had position in the city, and it looks like WPMCs are starting to apply pressure further and further in as much as they can. Here comes the grad shots right over the camera.
Do we have a heli squad? Could the south switch to the Raven?
More grad shots hitting.
I'll let him know when he gets back from the bathroom.
Alright, thank you.
Only 1 capping right now on East Apartments. WPMC making some progress.
Videos indoors, please, so one guy with a UAV doesn't just see 20 tickets sitting out in the open.
East Apartments about 50% capped, which would give IMF some extra tickets, but it is still about a 50 ticket game.
Command tab to like on point, or else they're just gonna snipe the radio from across the water.
You hear some concerns over radio and hab placement right now.
I have my Logi on the way back with build. Move one north.
We do have IMF. Looks like pushing a radio over here. They will get that radio,
Getting the Raven.
costing WPMC 20 tickets.
Thank you. If I could get build at the J6 radio, just do 1 run of full build. And then that's all I need for the rest of the game.
Oh, I say it again. Will?
Yeah, just full build, just once for the rest of the game.
IMF is going to have control over East Apartments. However, WPMC is stalling the cap to some degree. We've got some WPMC looking to climb into the city here. WPMC really needs to grab a tank kill. And it looks like IMF will take East Apartments with 2 chefs. That is going to focus probably more IMF to play on objective, I would imagine.
Who's on defense?
I got enemy tank on 12. Enemy tank on north.
Who's on defense?
They're trying to figure out who's going to play the defensive. You do have squad 4 of IMF now moving in
For now, my squad is going to be holding RG.
to attack Harju outskirts.
Okay.
There is a squad coming up to play defense on Harju outskirts.
Who is wise? He that learns from everyone. Who is powerful? He that governs his passions. Who is rich? He that is content. Who is that? Nobody. I am nobody. Hello, Slay.
Where are the hats?
IMF starting to lose a little bit of presence here directly on the cap. They've only got 1 or 2 guys here right now, if I'm looking at this correctly.
Lost proxy on enemy hub.
Man, we have a crazy spread of fights happening. It looks like WPMC's actually got to the enemy hab and we're proxying it briefly. I believe that's down this way to the southwest. A lot of dead bodies here. Medics are going to start working to pick some people up. That was also slowing down the defensive for IMF. So that backline group that was pushing here on the western side was effective enough. This could shift a little bit of attention for WPMC to play closer to East Apartments, hopefully. But
Pressure on East Apartments. We're going to cycle up.
they are starting to get close. IMF is starting to get very close here to the WPMC defensive position. They can track to see where this helicopter is hovering to see if they can figure out a radio position and start narrowing it down.
They're east of Harju outskirts.
Pi calling out that there's a push
My
east,
rally was last on helmet mark east of Harju.
east of Harju outskirts. Some folks here from Phantom will need to respond to that because these guys are getting close. They can start cutting off logistics as well if they keep rolling lodges and transports through. Massive, massive push from WPMC onto objective. So despite the armor advantage that IMF has early, they don't have the same amount of infantry playing in the streets. WPMC taking advantage of that, finally getting into the city. Lat taking a shot here at the AA truck. That's not really a truck, but you get it. Plenty of infantry trying to filter around on the north side here of the Wandermart, which is this building center screen. And as you can see, WPMC now 4 chevrons in East Apartments. Here comes a mortar barrage coming in by the IMF called on objective. These guys need to hop into buildings to maintain that cap. This would be a big boost for WPMCs to help narrow the matchup. Meanwhile, you have Rat coming in, still trying to apply pressure on the hab from the backside. That's a slow fight, but still profitable if you're able to get there. One T-62 is now destroyed. That's 15 tickets lost for IMF. That's a big deal. They needed that. WPMCs needed that, not IMF. They would like to have their tank.
They're on radio. Not on that.
Radio in rough shape here. "69-second timer for the radio." This radio is going to bled out. I don't see anybody from WPMC that's going to be able to get there very quickly. That's going to be another 20 tickets potentially lost. So they really need this cap for WPMC. 49 seconds. There's nobody in the area to grab this. This radio will bleed out. That's going to be 20 tickets lost for the WPMC, but they are going to get a cap. They take the cap, 60 tickets, but they're going to lose 20 of that to this radio bleed. Sounds like we have a tank engagement. Sounds on the north side.
Chem lab is pretty quiet as well.
Look at WPMC filtering into the city, making their way to Biochem, and now starting to decap Biochem from IMF. What an infantry push directly through the city.
One tank destroyed.
Another T-62 has been killed.
They got still and I'm out. Three.
One, you got another
T-62 and a BMP-1 trying to chase after the M60 that has tried to back off slowly but surely. Looks like he will get away.
Towards the hab. So if you want to have 8,
This is a tough objective to try to push here from the outside. Once you're inside Biochem, it is tough sledding to take that back. And it looks like IMF is going to have to cross a river because of their hab position to get in here. WPMC needs a little bit more support in Biochem to hold. Let's see, where are the tanks? Looks like the M60 is getting away. The T-62 has turned into town. So I don't think they know that the M60 is sitting up in the northeast.
BMP-2 and AA vehicle central look to Biochem lab.
IMF still losing Biochem right now. This would be a huge grab, an absolutely huge grab for the WPMCs to get the tickets, and if they can hold it, balance the round out even more. We've still got this push now coming in from the south. You got a lot of dead IMF here in the trench area. Not much IMF infantry pushing into Biochem, but the cap has stalled. You have IMF starting to cut off the push from the east now, getting in the way, buffering some of the eastern side of Biochem, which is right beneath the camera. It doesn't look like IMF is going to have any sort of push to take East Apartments back. There's just not enough infantry headed this way. It looks like most of the focus is still going to be trying to hold Biochem, which makes sense. Grad shots coming in, trying to cut off any sort of push that the WPMCs can make into Biochem Lab. Looks like the IMF are trying to get a new fob up to the northwest.
There's infantry east of our only hab. None of my guys can actually spawn at that hab to defend it.
It's now 124, 123 to 197. As you can see, kills definitely in favor of IMF right now. Incap's close. Rad is still applying pressure on the southern side of the fob for IMF. Slowly trying to creep in here, which I think is disruptive enough to keep IMF from being able to get back a foothold in this area of town. IMF had this city almost locked down, and it's slipping away just a little bit, piece by piece, as WPMCs are now able to push basically through a chunk of the city. I feel like if they were able to rush a fob in here, they could do it north of Wondermart and really start to apply some crazy pressure. Cap on Biochem still stalled.
Is the enemy hab on Wondermart still there?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So you just heard a call out to check and see if the fob was still here on Wondermart. Now look at this infantry push coming in on the western side of Wondermart.
I'm just gonna assume east side is clear for the time being since they're fucking with our hab and there's a lot of grinding going on. But we need to rotate the hab off of where it is now to somewhere close to
Rockets coming in. Infantry is going to start to apply pressure to this Wondermart hab very, very soon. It's inside this building. Radio is in this building as well. Just right here. Barricaded into some degree. Oh yeah, I still gotta learn how to use all my new fancy tools, because that ain't it. There we go. We want third person. You can start to see how cool this tool will be once I learn how to use it. BMP2 is engined. HP, and it is dead. HP was below 400 on the vehicle, and you guys saw it blow up. So they do still have at least an AA gun. I believe they still have a T-62 alive, that being IMF. Their tank is double track. BMP-1 is here as well. WPMCs look like they're starting to make progress here towards the IMF hab. If they could get this radio, again, 20 tickets would be ideal. They really kind of need a cap, or they got to slow down some of the bleed they've taken in just infantry losses.
Squad 8, can I get a fire request mark on 9 move? Or on biochem? Just on biochem.
More guys filtering in here. Let's jump into Wondermart and see how this is going. Hab is proxied.
They're coming from the west.
Oh, the radio's right here. I hear it.
Glad we have that. Hab is starting to come back online. They need to get someone else into proxy. Looks like it's back to being proxied. This would be a significant play for WPMCs at this point. Mortar barrage hitting biochem. Oh, looks like killing somebody out of the logi. Hab is coming back online for IMF. They need to make this push here, that being WPMC. They got a bunch of guys close. It may go offline here in just a moment.
I'm gonna try and apply pressure anywhere I can. Copy.
Hab is back offline, but you have some IMF inside now. WPMC is gonna have to try to clear them out and make progress. Here comes a spawn. This is going to be a rat squad moving in. Hab is still offline because they are now getting pushed from two sides. WPMC really needs this radio.
Have we dug that Haven radio down by 837?
No. Still there.
Copy. Get rid of that Haven radio.
Starting it. We need our heads.
Copy. Get yourself harmed. Nice. We're about to be at 70 tickets.
Oh! I mean, their grenade, not that grenade.
Still lots of infantry presence nearby for WPMC, but the IMF Hab is back online. IMF may choose to just delete this. It seems like it's spent more time lately being offline than anything else. It does now look like the AA gun has been engined. That'd be another vehicle get for WPMCs if they are able to finish that off. Ah, man, these AA guns have been putting in some overtime, trying to keep them moving throughout the town, suppressing infantry, trying to hit these helicopters out.
Yo, give me some fire, some fire mission, 140.
You do have an outdoor radio here for IMF. This would be another spot to attack if these WPMCs can get close to it. Someone is playing in the Hab. That's Tree over there. He's playing in the Hab. Putting in work, Tree. Keeping the Hab offline for now. Now you have WPMCs on the radio for IMF. Meanwhile, their Hab in the interior of the town in the Wandermar is offline. They have not started digging the Hab yet. Or sorry, digging the radio. Looks like Phantom may begin to work on this radio. C4 attached to it. Both of their fobs may go offline here in a minute. It is now 61 to 127. It's about a 60 ticket margin. IMF has still outkilled WPMCs.
Anterior stationary on Wundamar. No driver, no gunner.
I thought he C4'd it. Is he just gonna dig it? Oh, someone's pushing to the radio. Radio is now on bleed. 70 seconds to try to recover. Phantom's gonna get away. I don't know what happened to his buddy that was here, but there's a bunch of IMF headed here to try to recover this.
I'm getting a person. Taking it out.
Looks like they are gonna repair the radio.
There's another C4.
Oh, the C4 went off. Someone's got to get to it. It looks like they still have infantry nearby that can do that.
Shovel on it. Should be clear now.
They are going to repair the radio.
Aggressive to kill armor, or do you want me to play passive? If you think you can play aggressive and not get tracked, go for it.
No cap yet on biochem.
I could get to biochem if I have infantry.
Looks like IMF decided to self-destruct their radio
Biochem and kill stuff on there.
inside Wondermart.
Copy. We definitely
That means they're going to shift all of their focus. Ooh,
tickets.
just had an explosion here. Took a couple folks.
One cap biochem again. There's no one on here.
Biochem pretty empty. That's what's being called out currently. Mortars are starting to come in. They need to just mortar that radio. That radio is almost gone. They need to hit that radio. It is. I thought it might have been marked. It's marked. Yeah. 2 T-62s here now.
Yeah, I've been targeting that hab right underneath you.
WPMCs are starting to cap biochem. If they can get this, they swing. Lots of bodies starting to push in onto biochem for WPMCs. The tanks are going to be lurking in the woods nearby, though. Both T-62s. It is 47 to 103. Here come the grad shots. 40 kill difference, it seems. Just heard a BMP-1 destroyed. Sounds like that might have been the tank crew destroying them as well. IMF is going to start applying pressure. I hear a drone up. IMF has some infantry in the area trying to apply pressure back onto biochem to slow down WPMC's ability to cap this. The radio again is staged. WPMC was able to stage the radio again. It is getting repaired now. It'll be back up fully functional here in a moment. T-62 burning. T-62 is burning. The M60 taking a, I think they said a BMP, and now the T-62 is ammo racked. That'll blow up. That's 15 tickets. Guys, it is now less than a 20 ticket game.
Are these our orders?
Here comes the other T-62 to the fight.
No, I'm really Vix.
I don't know if the M60 knows yet.
I'm tracked and repping now, but I'm half health. I'm dead to a head.
Oh no, he's half health. Yeah, this tank might be in trouble. Oh, the tracking shot. Tree behind the tank, putting mines down.
We should probably move the MSV before they reset.
The M60 probably just needs to back up.
Biochem.
Oh, it's about to be visible. They're going to get tracked again. There goes the M60. That's unfortunate.
Put it on like fucking construction site or some shit.
That's unfortunate for the M60. They did what they could to balance the score. It's a 20 ticket game.
My really
Our tank to the last tank and AT. They have a lot of AT spawning near one move.
I still don't know why the mortars haven't been hitting this radio that they keep trying to get to. Infantry for IMF making progress onto biochem. T-62 destroyed by the mine, I think? No, that was AT. AT hitting the T-62. Another 15 tickets lost. WPMC are starting to lose control over biochem. It doesn't really matter in terms of tickets because they didn't cap it. They only neutralized. IMF is trying to get in there, hold it down. Again, this radio still out in the open, should be getting mortared. That would be the ideal scenario. WPMC radio here to the north. is getting attacked. This is not good for WPMCs.
We have infantry on our hab again.
Just a couple of guys.
Might as well tear it. We only have 20 tickets anyway.
It's not over, man.
Yeah, but it's a liability now.
We have a tank on our hab as well.
There's a spawn. They should be able to hold this now. Uh-oh. T62 is now at the radio. 10 ticket game currently, but this radio might play in favor for IMF. They need some infantry here quickly to just destroy the radio. I don't know that they're going to do it. It does look like IMF is on the radio.
That BMP is on my asshole. Squad 6, you can
Let it happen.
My guy's staying inside the hab.
That radio is going to go on bleed. That'll probably be the end of the game
They're
unless
only capping one ship on Manacugan.
someone can get in to save this radio. I don't see enough infantry here close.
This is getting chased by a tank.
Radios are going to be on bleed here in a moment. They have a tank overwatch. That's going to be tough to try to grab.
Squad 6.
12 to 23.
Never mind, you're good.
WPMCs kind of came from behind the whole match. And they almost capped 3 objectives. Or sorry, 2 objectives from IMF. Radio now on bleed. That's the end of the round.
Oh,
Man, GG.
Come on, man.
It was close.
23-0 is a pretty close game. Let's take a quick look at the scoreboard here. WPMC's killed 14 vehicles from IMF. Putting in work as AT. They also, if I remember correctly, WPMCs get 2 extra hack hits. We've got the IMF over here killing 20 vehicles, putting in a lot of work. A lot of that's going to be light vehicles. Timeline. Look at how close this narrowed. 203 at one point to 129, narrowed down to just about 10, 15 tickets. 2 radios lost by WPMC, hurt compared to 0 by IMF. You can see 133 tickets in vehicles compared to 120. Almost pretty dang close. Just 13 ticket difference there. Got 176 to 196 on kills. That balanced out. 293 to 261 on end caps. Now we're going to go to the side of Canada. This is Goosebay. This was a requested map to be played. So we've set up Goosebay. We have Canada and their combined arms group against the PLA motorized group. Facing off across the northern side of Goosebay in an advanced and secure round. So all flags are seen by both teams now. Canada will be starting in the northwest, PLA starting in the southeast.
Standing by.
Let's go.
That was a heck of a game last round. Pretty excited to see that narrow like it did. I think some people were a little concerned on the matchup given that it's an armored group versus a light infantry group. But you got to remember, you got the extra hats. You got to put in some work. I think WPMC had a little bit slower start, but dang, did they make progress through the middle. Now you're going to have some armor in favor of the PLA because they're going to be rolling to town with 3 ZBLs and a ZTZ. However, you do have the Lav 6s and the Leopard. I would say the ZBLs come with a little bit stronger ability versus the Lav 6s. You do get a TAP V and some Love Ws, but those are not quite the same as the CSK and ZSL.
Strategic command online.
We're going to be on the side of the Canadian Armed Forces, so I switched sides. So we're going to have some new voices being heard in the command chat, just to give a little bit of variety. And again, as you can see at the top, we have the scoreboard to help keep track of what's going on. And again, I'm still learning all the new tools, so bear with me, but we are able to do quite a bit here. You do have the kill feed that'll be on the right to give you guys an idea of what's going on in the round per kill. There's a lot to it. It's pretty exciting. This is a mod we wanted to add. It's called Squad Admin Tools. Pretty great.
Crazy. Let's get crazy, bro. Come on.
I don't know. NORAD is tough. They're gonna have better vehicles than us, even though I'm confident in our vehicle players. The Chinese vehicles are better, so we're gonna have to have setups for that. 2 habs on NORAD might not be horrible. If NORAD is very tough, I ain't gonna lie. We might have to play for NORAD.
I'm gonna go ahead and see, make sure I'm all set up here on my end. We've got the rollout happening in 30 seconds.
Gonna make sure we hold the woods on POIs. And yeah, if we lose those woods, we're hosed.
I'll have on that on the far east there of NORAD.
Okay, yeah. If we can commit to defense.
Let's see. Getting some feedback to add to the icon size. So let's see what this does.
I'll play defense with the LAV.
Let's go down just to like 1.2 and see if that helps a little bit. Lots of planning happening. Love to see that.
So if we just let them do that and grind them up in the woods.
Okay, so command squad 2, squad 7, and squad 10 defend, and then yeah, that's pretty much everybody. That's fun. I don't mind it, honestly.
Looks like NORAD is going to be the main area of contention. That or CFB Goosebay, which is the airfield in the middle of the map.
These guys had me running around like my hair was on fire last round.
Yeah. DS over here planning a way to figure out where to attack. We've got, let's see what we have moving. We've got 1 ZSL moving south of OP Heb towards the bottom of the map. The ZBLs moving closer to Refinery, probably going to be, I would say, probably moving towards the airfield, or are they going to stay on the western side? Three ZBLs. Wolfpack is a hell of a combination here, guys. 3 shoves on PLA's first cap, meaning they will be making some progress here in a moment. To the second cap, they're going to be capping faster than Canada, which is, again, playing more so on the northern side of the map. And you are listening to Canadian communication. They're going to be in blue. You can see their LAVs also Wolfpack moving east across the map with the yellow command Logi following.
If we see any of their armor, we can engage Wolfpack and go hunt them if you want. Also, I missed my turn, my bad.
Looks like all 3 LAVs now crossing through Churchill, still moving east. They're all sticking together, which is ideal. LAV6s are beefy, but the ZBLs do have ATGMs. PLA almost done capping their first cap.
Helicopters are up in the air. Screen, we should probably go check the east side of the map, see if they're just coming straight up over.
NORAD is getting a lot of Canadians landing at it, but the PLA just did a drop off on the eastern side where that Squad 6 rally is.
Hiding in the woods east side, and there's armor coming up on the new marker south of that.
Right back here, you have an entire squad from Rat. Looks like they're going to work off a rally and intercept a Canadian Logi moving in. That probably does not expect this.
What is that up there far in the east?
I don't know, I think it's a TVL.
Hey, we have a ZBL possibly out to the east.
Do you ladies want to wolf back?
Grenade taking down both sides
It's in the tree line.
of the attack and the dismounting vehicles. Looks like the Canadian force is wiped here.
Make your way over to us.
Transport
Hey,
vehicle
it
to
is
the
shifting. It is shifting. That armor piece is shifting now. It's heading towards NORAD on the.
ZSL is being called out, pushing towards NORAD. Here the LAVs firing off. The Bushmaster doing some work. Not sure at what yet. Canadians largely already have a presence on the northwest side of NORAD. Get the cap zone radiuses. You got ZBLs hanging out in the woods. Two of them here, one of them across
ZSL.
the airfield.
More updates on Mark's
ZSL.
Heavy
ZSL.
contact over here. On defend mark. He's in the open right now. Straight south.
LAVs are going to eat up this ZSL that doesn't have much it can do to fight back. Likely going to be
Burning. He is cooking and
Yep.
he's dead. Nice work, guys.
We know.
CSL down.
one ZSL destroyed.
Marks on ZBL.
ZBLs are not advancing, not shifting. One might be moving up.
Checking right now. East side looks clear besides that one Vic.
Can you get us a mark on the one Vic to the east?
I'm trying to look for it.
Thank you.
Screen, be careful.
I'm in front of you.
No, I was on the second Vic.
All right.
Mortar tubes up if anyone.
PLA still outcapping the Canadian Armed Forces.
Come down into NORAD to resupply, then I'll keep reconning.
Got infantry north of airfield. Marks back at Hackett's accurate.
We've got a ZSL backlining towards Inkpin. Looks like we've got a couple infantry here playing Churchill. They're going to start backlining. That probably is going to mean mines back here. It is. Mines are being placed for PLA on Canada's backline. The ZSL is sneaking in behind Inkpin. That's going to be a problem because there's just transports up here.
Hey, I'm getting engaged by their
We'll have
armor.
to RDV to repair.
The ZSL somewhere to the west of NORAD.
ZSL.
Not quite sure where.
Southwest for their armor.
Yep, all ZSLs now advancing.
Yeah, and I just put that out there just so we're aware. It's somewhere out there.
New marker's actually more accurate. More south than that.
Roger that.
5 is going back to me. I'm fucked up. One more shot and I'm dead.
7,
6
I don't
is
know
RTB,
part of the
our
map,
turret's
but I
full
see
dead,
it
and
down
no
to
repair
you.
station.
Gun truck west of U1. They just took out one of our gun trucks.
Gun truck destroying. Sounds like some Canadians.
Check it out.
That's that backline group. Trying to see if the ZBLs are going to make a move here.
It's going north a little bit.
At least 2 LAVs now falling back almost. I think they know that this ZSL is hanging out, but they don't see him yet.
actually lost eyes on that.
They just rode over mines. They did not destroy the LAV. I guess they just dodged them. Backline infantry, two are dead. The ZSL is still mobile. Ooh. One ZBL now moving on the western side here.
2 and 1, something in the woods, southeast of you. Unknown vehicle.
ZBL hit marked south of 2's rally.
To ZBL or ZSL 1 and 2.
ZBL's ammo rack.
ZBL is ammo racked. One ZBL destroyed. The other ZBL backing off, and then we have another one pushing on the west.
One, there's a marked in front of me.
We're gonna go to these LAVs and see if the ZBL decides to take a shot.
Second ZBL is by the air for this one.
You want to hunt that thing or you want to
Yeah, let's go for it too.
Alright, you take careful, there is a second one further south.
They don't know this ZBL is here at all. There's no call out for the ZBL that I can tell. And it looks like that guy is going to hang out there. These two LAVs are going to advance.
1 and 2, the one that you guys are following went to the west on this 2 marker. The second
enemy
one's still
push on
south.
the west is escalated. They're pushing more infantry from the west side.
Western push towards NORAD.
Can you try to find enemy mortars?
PLA is now one capping their point, while NORAD is getting capped.
Or res? Yeah, Packer, you keep
Also one chef.
Can you try to find enemy mortars right now?
Let me drop supplies from a red station and then I'll find.
Roger that.
LAV still advancing.
Two vehicles creeping up behind.
They're behind us, one.
You have a ZBL pushing up your 6.
Oh, I think they just got called on the ZBL coming up behind him. They did. LAV's responding to that.
Careful, it's 2 vehicles. I don't know if it's ZSL or ZBL, but they're both right next to each other on that mark 1 and 2.
Shovels on the rep station, it is down to the northwest.
ZSL trying to help the ZBL. ZBL's destroyed. ZSL is going to try to get away. I don't think that's going to work. Well, maybe. Not ideal terrain. Looks like the other ZBL now is pushing down here. China only has one ZBL left. The ZSL just comes equipped with a machine gun.
1 and 2 are gonna.
He's going pretty fast.
This ZBL is now caught up.
2 and 1 ZSL to the east of you.
They're going to kill that Vic.
No mortars on Goosebay.
ZBL behind you. On that mark, 2.
While the LAVs have split up, they're going to run face to face with this ZBL. That is not ideal. They might be turreted. One LAV destroyed.
Copy. One's coming.
This 1-6 back in action.
Center,
Not
to your right.
Not seeing anything in military housing for more.
I want to see if the LAV can balance this out a little bit. LAV goes down.
ZBL's extremely damaged. I don't know who didn't kill him. He's engined on the mark.
Marked accurate.
I don't know if they've got a vehicle, if the Canadians have a vehicle that they can push in here in time. The other LAV's on the way. Both teams have 3 caps total. Canada leads 260 to 245. 15 ticket difference. Let's try to see what's going on with the infantry. Oh, maybe this LAV will catch up.
That lodging mark is real. Outlaw. To your south. And Goomba. Say again.
Mortars have been spotted, marking now south of Goosebay.
And that lodging mark also.
Yeah, I think the ZBL and the ZSL are going to get out of here before the LAV can make it in.
Is the ZBL still present in the woods west of NORAD?
Yep, still there.
Enemy gun truck coming your way.
We have a pretty large fight over here on the eastern side of NORAD. This was at the beginning of the match a thing that was starting off, and it still has continued, it seems. The Tab V is here trying to assist infantry. There was a Logi called out somewhere in the area as well. It does look like the HAB for Canada was also briefly offline.
Do you have an updated ZBL mark? I'm not seeing it.
Not ZBL, that gun truck.
Is the ZBL gone?
Not sure where it went. I wasn't tracking that originally.
My medic is saying he went to the south towards Goosebay.
That makes sense.
We're hit by T. What the hell?
Canada has two HABs now set up on either side of NORAD. They are in a good place for the defensive. There's no sort of push onto the Goosebay airfield currently.
Wherever the fuck they are, they're shooting. They're
We
heading
need to get
towards
this gun
Goosebay.
truck done first.
One of their mortar tubes is accurate, by the way.
There's been call outs for where mortars are. You have a forest fight happening here on the eastern side.
Airstrike available if anyone needs it.
PLA is trying to wrap around and apply pressure on the far eastern side. If they do get around, they might find this radio at some point that is, again, in trees. Not covered. But there is no HAB set up here
How many ZBLs?
for the PLA. They're operating simply off of rallies.
Heading south on the main runway, so.
We've got 2 ZBLs so far.
We're dead. There was a AT ambush in the trees. Hat and possibly a lat.
Their tank is south of Goosebay, marking it now.
Tab V is trying to slow them down. They've got a few kills here, it looks like. They just need to push in this woods, try to kill that rally, which would slow down this far western push. And then there's another rally out here, a little bit more on the eastern side. Tab V just needs to move south to try to kill that. You do have some infantry starting to sneak here into
NORAD in the
some of what Canada has set up,
Arm transport.
including a combat engineer.
Tank is pushing up that road.
What do we know about that K7 radio?
Tree is now on the HAB. He goes down. HAB lives another day.
There are enemy infantry in our HAB.
Gun and armor.
That is now cleared. So let's see. You've got
Towards you. It's 2 men at least.
a Logi.
On the mark, roughly.
We've got near. Oh, looks like a Logi maybe poised for attack. But this HAB for Squad 7 is still looking a little bit risky.
The HAB's clear as one guy. They know where the NORAD ground station HAB is.
This is probably getting called out now. I wouldn't be shocked if we start seeing mortars here. It does look like the Canadians have stalled any sort of wide flank on the eastern side to the northeast, but there's still infantry floating around this area.
They're not firing right now.
This is keeping a solid little group away from the objective, just defending the eastern side.
That's accurate, yeah. I would say this one is actually more accurate, this new mark I'm putting up.
Got a lot of Canadian infantry buffering, kind of in the middle lane here between the two objectives.
One helo down.
Nice. The tank is still staring right at you.
One helicopter
Roger.
dead, shot out of the sky, it appears. Leopard moving around Hilltop. There is what appears to be a PLA rally up there. Must be a backline group looking to cause some trouble. Rifleman and squad lead from what I can tell. Tank is going to move out of this area, I would imagine. PLA tank is currently on the airfield. Probably looking to see if it can engage with the Leopard. PLA down about 30 tickets almost, not quite.
Are we gonna try to get the one squad to attack Goosebay, or are we just pulling a full defense on NORAD?
I think one squad attacking Goosebay would be fine. They're not really attacking us at all.
One squad wants to volunteer, I'll do a pickup. If I got one squad,
Mortars going out.
drop them on Goose with the helicopter. One ZBO.
Sounds like a ZBL destroyer.
I'm taking this radio on the east side. They know where it's at.
Tank's pushing up. 3, get ready.
Roger.
Get ready.
The call is that they're going to dig the radio down on the eastern side, probably to prevent it from getting taken. Infantry coming in here.
I need to know which one so I can pick up that squad.
Oh no. Infantry dead. You're an airstrike. Squad 3 getting airstriked. Oh, was that the Leopard? We just missed it. That's unfortunate.
Infantry, one squad pushing in from northwest.
Tap V and ZSL in a fist fight. One of these guys can lose. One of these guys can definitely win this fight.
Mortar tubes are available, guys.
Tap V destroyed. Unfortunately, that's not a 50 cal. So Leopard is gone. It is 209 to 187 in favor of Canada. PLA still has their tank up. I know that they picked off, Canada's picked off some of the ZBLs. Got a lot of infantry playing down here towards military housing for Canada. It looks like they're going to start moving north. They're going to burn this rally. Likely killing off another angle for the push that PLA is trying to make. Otherwise, we are currently in a stalemate between these two open objectives.
Not tandem, standard heat.
It is 205 to 186.
Their mortars are back up.
Mortars now landing.
Could you find their mortars again? I believe they moved them.
Canada packing up the eastern front, bringing it probably closer. Mortars currently not... I don't think they're landing where they're expecting to land. I think they want to hit right outside the hab. Enemy CSK rolling, it looks like, or sorry, PLA CSK rolling might be towards the back line of Canada.
Roger. Try to find them. I can faintly hear them from NORAD, so.
Looks like Canada's going to try to take out that ZSL. It's now engined. Infantry trying to deal with that. Got about a 20 ticket difference in favor of Canada. Still.
What you got over there, Goomba?
CSK still trying to work its way to the back line. Helicopter is keeping tabs on it. Lots of infantry hanging out here for Canada on NORAD. But there's just not much of a push. Nothing sneaky happening. Nothing very exciting currently. A lot of the armor's been destroyed. 25, 27 ticket difference.
Maybe a rally, I don't know. I'll let you know if I find out. I know that radio market's not accurate.
Yeah, that's just where their logi stopped.
Okay.
Sorry, PLA Logi spotted here. I think that was called out earlier, and they thought they may have set up a hab. But it never, there was, I don't think there was ever a hab put south of NORAD.
Any news on new enemy mortar location?
I'll get you a mortar location in a second. I have a mark.
Mortars are right here between the hangars. These are the mortars that they're trying to find. It's just right between the hangars, so it's gonna be tough for the helicopter to spot unless the helicopter just gets the right angle, and they can shift them around between those hangars if needed.
We're just hitting Goosebay proper.
I'd like to see some form of push here on NORAD or towards the airfield, but it sounded like Canada was just content playing more defensively since they have all these bodies here.
Do you guys want me to push a rally attack on Goose?
Yeah, I think Squad's already doing that. I think it would be good if we can send 2 squads on attack. I got artillery ready in 3 minutes.
Okay, stand by. Just let us know when you're ready. We're gonna regroup, try to get in position for you to drop party, okay?
Mortars are
Let me know.
good shots. Good shots.
Now we have an infantry push coming in here behind the Canadian hab to the north. That's the CSK that we were spotting earlier, possibly going into the back line. They now have a full group of infantry working their way on the northern side of Canada, where there's a very limited defensive position set up. So that attack that was really happening more so on the western side, it looks like it's going to be shifting its focus here to the north, directly north of the Canadian Armed Forces only hab defending NORAD. It's a 30 ticket game, still in favor of Canada.
If we're able to hot drop somebody, we can probably set them up on an EP 5 POI southwest Goose. Let a squad walk in, maybe get their mortars offline, or find the radio.
Here's the attack being established. Guys right next to each other.
Roger.
Oh, didn't make it very far. Uh-oh, did I break it?
Minty, if you can, keep shooting their mortars.
Oh, there we go. I gotta be careful with some of these, some of the pops directly in. Sorry if that was disorienting. Trying to make for some infantry content because I know we've been focused so much on armor.
They're doing the same thing we are, just moving around their mortars and shooting at us.
I'll get it figured out eventually. So again, we have a little bit of stalemate.
All right,
20 ticket game. No one's really making a move. We do have squad 10 out here. They've got a full group. Looks like they're going to apply pressure from the west, but they're going to possibly get intercepted by squad 7. You still have a rally up here to the north, which is going to apply pressure, but that's going to be tough now that Canada has reacted to it, because now they're probably going to start looking to see if they can keep anybody from crossing this open road area, which becomes a little bit of a tough push in the open of Goosebay. $158 to $185. One ZBL looks like it might be trying to look to flank around the western side. 2 LAVs now up to the northwest. One is chasing the ZBL.
Enemy light vehicle dropping north of our hab.
On the east side.
Oh, they attacking.
Stand by, ask for Mark, stand by. They said north of our hab.
Already engaged. That's where I have right now. Rez, can you go find Markshed, bro? Can you go look for their mortars, Rez?
I'd like to know where their Goosebay radio is too, so I have a target.
Their mortars updated.
Sometimes you just gotta share the tree line for a minute. And Dragoon over here trying to get to the rally. Looks like he's gonna back off. He's gonna go the opposite direction of 3-year-old monkey. Maybe try to wrap around the tree lines.
Unmanned mortars.
I don't know if he knew 3-year-old monkey was there, or if he's just doing it because he assumes that someone's gonna come and help. So he just wants to reposition.
Audio on transport and our backline on one move.
Hey, we have a ZBL.
You still have a ZSL up here to the north of the rally.
You already killed my Logi, dude. Yeah, it's a ZBL.
Yeah, I'm almost dead.
Confirm, ZBL.
Rally burned.
Yeah, west of squad 1 route. In the little town.
Also, ZBL on Mark, far east side of the
So that northern push is going to be slowed.
And I just got tanked.
Check the western push. Lots of infantry down.
Diego, do you think we should push that ZBL first before going on attack?
No, attack, bro. We need to start attacking.
That rally is going to go as well. Both rallies for PLA attack have been squashed. 149 to 169.
Are you gonna walk all the way over there, 10? Goomba?
I mean,
Okay.
kind of figured we might see some of these LAVs or the ZBLs grab some infantry and do some drops. Kind of make it wild. They might be hesitant because they did already go down, and there is a ZTZ wandering.
And not attack until both squads are attacking.
Yeah, if you guys don't mind, sorry, we got fucked up by ZBLs.
One ZBL coming up behind the
And they're pushing up to those rocks.
the LAV here.
One's pushing you, squad 1.
There's 2 ZBLs on my ass. My hat's dismounted.
Okay. Pushing you fast, squad 1. You'll see him on the road. You can shoot him. He doesn't see you. I'm gonna push that. I know it's greedy. I'll push that down. Oh shit! We're gonna get behind us by another CBO. Yeah, we're down.
LAV destroyed, snuck up. It looked like there was confusion on the comms. I don't know that there were marks coming up. I think there was confusion that there was a ZBL in front and a ZBL behind.
Can you mark it for us?
Here's a ZSL fighting an LAV.
Chinese gun focus unloaded infantry in our half.
Another ZBL lurking on the rocks. If the LAV backs up enough,
This is a real attack on our hab.
There's a hot drop now on the Canadian hab. They want to disable this so that they can make progress towards the cap. It is disabled. They're going to start hitting the radio. I'm waiting to see if this LAV gets pushed by the ZBL as well.
Roger. I don't have a rally.
6, he's still there.
4, that's a tank, that's tank, not a ZBL.
Radio is damaged. LAV's trying to assist the infantry. You've got some Canadian infantry trying to make their way in. Oof.
We got hit by hat kit.
They said hack kit. I don't think that was the hack kit. Canada is going to likely be in trouble here if this radio goes down, but they're starting to filter in. 52 seconds left on the bleeding radio. There is infantry close. It is getting repaired.
They're bandaging inside the hab. Check the second floor, check the second
Oh,
floor.
we got another PLA here. Oh, sneaky plays. Radio's gonna stay disabled. The radio's no longer on bleed. Bunch of Canadians here.
Airstrike's available.
One in radio room as well.
He killed him and then he came down.
In radio room, bottom floor.
I think he was on up the hab.
Let us know if you try.
Oh, what a hold. What an angle. Everybody not even looking to the right.
North of hab hit once.
All the bodies. They're gonna have enough time to get more infantry here.
Is everyone fucking dead?
Yeah. Come on, guys. We're better than this.
Anybody need to pick up the main helicopter?
Colonel 1 in radio room. I think it's just one left.
Wish me luck.
But they're gonna have reinforcements, bro. Seven's gotta get their rally down really bad.
Canada has lost the lead that they maintained.
It's our Lord and Savior.
Lots of bodies down.
They're gonna be on radio.
Never mind.
Nope. All outside.
It's fucking.
Oh, okay.
Now they've got help here.
Alright, this is bad.
PLA is here. They got 2 guys. They can finish off this radio potentially. You have another spawn coming in. They really just need a GL to hit that room on the left side of the hab.
You know what?
You probably have a heli go back and pick up a squad of infantry. To the east of NORAD.
I'll meet you.
Alright, I'm on the way to
Alright.
main.
We're pushing Goosebay now. We're in position. Sorry for the
But there's more guys coming in. These guys are gonna be able to slow down the push. Haymaker might make it past, but it looks like they're gonna be looking to see who else is gonna cross.
You always gotta have wheels.
Delay NORAD.
2 more guys on the north side. I think this radio is going to be lost here.
Squad 10.
Are they gonna start digging?
Alright, 2's ready for
They're gonna start reviving before digging.
Be there in a second.
PLA is just multiplying in this area.
CDC heading south. Mark is accurate. Just east of or west of NORAD. They're digging radio.
PLA now capturing NORAD. There is a presence of folks pushing on Goosebay as well, which was happening between some of the other fights we were involved with.
Hey, command, we're about to go airborne on a heli.
My
What are you
rally's
thinking we drop south of NORAD? What are you thinking?
Drop these, man, bro.
We can try for double neutral. Probably sacrifice.
Yeah, double neutral will be the play.
Hey, 10 and 12. You know, anywhere else.
This radio's still online, so they were just proxying. That hab's about to come back. Command, Mango is still sitting here defending it, and they have armor. Double neutral, probably out of the question. There's a lot of red on NORAD now. Canada likely going to lose NORAD. Radio on bleed for Canada. PLA finally got the radio down.
Where's the bills up in the rocks to the north? Let me get that helicopter. Keep eyes on the helicopter while I fly. Helicopter is
3 seconds, that radio bleeds. It's gone. There's another 20 tickets lost for Canada. They're likely also going to lose this objective. There's just nobody here to fight all of this, unfortunately. And it does appear that this could turn into a roll real quick because Canada has nobody on Inkpin, and it looks like PLA has already set up for Inkpin. PLA is already on Inkpin hanging out. It is kind of too late to be getting a Logi out here. I don't know if the stretch for the push to try to get to Goosebay, maybe it was just too late. And in the overall situation, just caused them to be out of position to try to save Inkpin or to hold Inkpin. But yeah.
You there? Squad 10? Goomba?
Yes.
Okay, you guys are spawning main? Okay. Just get your boys over to fob Inkpin as fast as possible, please.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
The ZBL and gun trucks found us.
There's two ZB.
Enemy ZTZ just lurking, watching the road.
Yes.
Oh, we don't have orders.
Canada just does not have a ton out in the field. They have one rally push coming in, but I don't know if that's going to make a significant difference here onto NORAD, unless they can just try to slow down or apply pressure. But like I said, PLA already has a group sitting on Inkpin.
I mean, I could just put it on Shitsatsu.
There is now a bleed in effect. PLA now going up another 60 tickets.
Already on Inkpin. They're already on Inkpin.
They're taking that fast, too.
What do you want me to do? Try to hit Inkpen or fucking Shitsiatsu or whatever the fuck?
Bring it to Inkpen, because if we don't win on Inkpen, we lose the game.
Yeah, alright.
I have a helicopter coming up right now. We can hot drop Inkpin.
There's gonna be vehicles there.
Not a ton of PLA right now on NORAD, but I don't think these guys are going to be able to get in to make a significant difference. 52 to 195. That got flipped because of the cap and the radio. Looks like Pi is rolling up with a Logi to try to get something set up here for PLA to maintain NORAD. You've got a radio getting set up over here to the northwest for Canada to try to apply pressure to Inkpin. If they can get spawns here, maybe they can slow this problematic situation down a little bit, but they are on a bleed. Now they're going to be aware that there's a push. Now the ZTZ is rolling by.
I think I'm just gonna call the RD on Inkpen and maybe he'll try to retake that fast. We need to move 6 and 2 up to Inkpen. Can we get
This is going to actually cut off
6 and 2 come in. And sober.
these guys' ability to actually cross into Inkpen. A radio was placed. I don't know that I see. Well, that rally is getting close to getting burned by the tank. And it's just going to park in the middle of the infantry. Inkpin is now neutral. Ooh. Shot comes in onto the ZTZ. Oh, the ZBL going nuts in the back line now. But they might meet a tank in the form of a leopard if the leopard can get over the hill.
Bro, we lost the game after one gunfight. That sucks. They did what we were trying to do, bro.
Unfortunately, yeah, we just.
I think the big misplay was not getting squad 10 right. We needed to either drive a truck out there or a heli.
Tank is just sitting here now. If the leopard might look to engage this guy.
You're going under the train bridge now.
Oh, leopard can almost see the tank. Tank is taking a shot. The ZTZ is taking a shot here. I think the leopard's got to know he's about here, right? I don't know if there's a mark for this. Doesn't look like it. ZBL can slow down this infantry. The HAB does come online. ZTZ is looking for this leopard. Smoke goes up. Toe is going to miss. Or sorry, ATGM is going to miss. Inkpin is about to get capped. Artillery is about to come in on Inkpin. Tank shot hits the ZTZ and tracks it. One shot ammo racked on the leopard from the ZTC. That is so unfortunate.
Close game. Tough.
It was close. We were winning most of the game, and then we lost.
We were slightly winning most of the
Like they're saying, they were winning. They were doing fine until the last little bit there. Last little bit kind of hurt. 11 vehicles to 18 vehicles. The kill on vehicles in favor of the PLA. 122 kills for PLA to 108. Pretty even on kills. In caps, a little bit of a spread there. 143 to 226. Timeline. Right there. 3 LAVs going down, then the radio. It just was all downhill from there, honestly. Again, it was close in this span. I thought we were going to end up at a stalemate for a long time. It got cleared up. Let's see details. 1 radio lost to 0 radios lost. 160 vehicle losses to 75 in tickets. That is a significant margin. Not to mention the taken cap. Next, we go on for something a little bit different that we don't get to play anymore with some of the changes that have come to squad, and that is a Blue 4 versus Blue 4 matchup. We're going to hop over to the side of the British. All right, we have British versus the USA. And this is going to be the British mechanized versus the USA mechanized. It is a Blue 4B Blue 4 matchup. Something you don't see, again, in current unmodded squad. But we've got it here for Friday Night Fights. This is going to be Gordok, Random Mates, and Secure. And it does appear to be an Eastern layer. There should be some good fights here. Lots of armor should be in play as well. We've got 3 Bradleys facing off against 3 Warriors, 2 which are up armored. The British also come with 2 Scimitars, which are a lighter weight IFV. You're going to have mortar vehicles on the on the USA side, some armored lodges. It's going to be an interesting mix, but the British have enough to maybe keep away from some of the attacks that the USA can put down with their mortars and stuff like that. You got plenty of armor here that the USA is going to have to deal with. So interesting matchup. We'll see how it goes. Again, you are going to have a blue 4 versus blue 4 matchup.
We can just repeat that with Bradley's. Yeah, we should probably roll together. Right. Just let them fucking push us, though. Fuck them.
Yeah, I don't like their toes. Their toes are pretty scaly.
I guess I'm flying again, because I can't switch. God damn it.
We've still got a full server. We are on our third map for the evening. Let's see. Let's see. All right. Again, you've got 3 Bradleys facing off against 2 up-armored warriors, 2 scimitars, and 1 standard warrior. Of course, each side's going to have a tank spawning in. You've got an extra helicopter for the British. I think that spawns in a little bit later, if I remember correctly. You have a little bit more mobile logistics for the British in their 2 lodges versus armored lodges for the U.S. So there's some speed differences and some things at play here that might make it some interesting fun. Again, entirely an eastern layer. So let's see how this plays out. It is a 7 cap layer. You've already got some move marks placing down. It looks like the U.S. are planning to be pretty aggressive to get to Boris. You have a little bit more of a compressed cap area here for the British. We are going to be on the side of the British, which will be blue in terms of ticket count and everything, whereas the U.S. will be listed in red.
Alright, let's go. We gonna fuck him up.
Plenty of confidence in command chat right now. It's now 249 to 249. 3 people have died on the British Armed Forces side, apparently. And here we go. The rollout has commenced. 2 hours now on the clock. We were having a little bit of a thing where we were only having 1 hour rounds, but it didn't really play into anything that was happening. All right, let's see how the British end up handling some of the OP strength. Well, I wouldn't say OP, but I'd see you do have stronger IFVs, given that the Bradleys have ATGMs. That's pretty intense. But the Warriors are no joke. The Warriors just probably have to run a little bit differently than the Bradleys and stay together and see how it goes. Part of the challenge here is that I don't want to make every fight super symmetrical. I want some sort of oddity to it, you know, some different matchups. I want to put some teams under a little bit more strain, or some sides under a little more strain because of what they have to go up against. But I'm hoping that the skill set and the sort of advanced player base we have joining these matches helps out some of the matchups. So as always, we got DSEP, RTB, Unnamed. We've got Phantom, Wanks RTB, TWS, Rat. I think I see a first RB tag. Plenty of folks in here. I appreciate you guys all joining. Thank you for taking part. British are going to get the cap started off a little bit quicker here at the beginning of the round. 7 cap layer, as I mentioned earlier. I think a lot of the fights will be taking place closer to Fortified Farmstead and Boris Farmstead, depending on where the U.S. can get. Again, they have British have a little bit faster logistics ability because they have wheeled lodges. You've got the scimitars rolling out, the warriors rolling out. A lot of armor on this road right now. Some catching up to one another. USA choosing to run at 5 chevrons for the back cap. Oh, we got a Logi v transport matchup about to occur. Some dismounts. There's going to be a little bit of fight here at Industrial, which is not a cap.
There's a Logi east side of Industrial.
Ooh, get your rallies down. Already a push. We got a couple down for the British. GL's going.
Infantry east of Industrial.
Problem is, you're about to have a couple warriors with sight lines all over the U.S. force pushing in on the south side.
Hey guys, simply win the armor fight. Good luck.
They're in the field south of Industrial right now.
The warriors should be able to eat at this if they can see it. Look at all this firepower stacked.
Help me.
On the way, slowly.
All they got to do is crest like another hill. All they got to do is crest another hill.
We got Bradley. Found some. Where?
Bradley well
Way up north by
north, south
Homestead.
on him as well.
Armor is splitting. That's something that they said early on they wanted to avoid. Here's one Bradley trying to climb the hill here. This cannot, like, if you...
Go help other
Yeah, I just need like one armor piece. It'll make it easy.
I'll go over there tonight. I'll go over there tonight.
One Bradley getting beat up here. Just a little bit. Finally, getting a scimitar over there to help on Industrial. You have 2 warriors
Where we're headed to.
We're engaging Bradley.
trying to keep tabs here. That Bradley looks like it's going to back up. No other Bradley currently in the space to fight. We've got one vehicle hanging out far west.
Yeah, they are on Witcher's house, squad 10. I think that's Witcher's house.
Industrial's not a cap point. They don't know that yet. They think they're still waiting potentially on where this is going to go, which is actually going to Pavlov's farm. So the British, again, have a pretty compressed cap area. They don't have to go very far. US has to spread out a little bit more, and you do have a backline group. Again, Rat in the backline, trying to disrupt the ability for US to move this massive column of vehicles.
This squad that I found south of Industrial is dead.
The industrial push has been squashed. You now have logistics and everything for the U.S. moving in, but you do have this group back here that will cause problems as the match progresses, I would imagine.
Play here. We can just put it in the woods south.
Squad 9 enemies to your west. Enemies to your west.
I'm aware.
Oh, they did get a respawn. That was not squashed. That is still active. But they are going to get eaten up by a warrior and a scimitar. Or sorry, 2 scimitars just hanging out in this area, which is like probably the perfect vehicles to try to support the infantry here at Industrial. There's no fob or anything to attack. Looks like British are going to adjust their rally placement. One scimitar is now engined.
We're engine out here. 4 to your west, these rocks.
I don't know how much ammunition they have, but if they could kill a scimitar, that'd be something. Two scimitars staying back to help out the infantry here, but again, it's not going to be an objective. Otherwise, you have the warriors staying closely packed.
I'm pushing up forward. Check your fire.
Just an armor column rolling in, dude. That is wild. Oh, now you got the Bradleys coming in a little carelessly, not knowing that there's warriors just waiting for it to happen. One warrior dead. Oh, shot the missile at the wrong one, potentially. Shift their focus. They need to look to the right. Infantry dropping out of one of the Bradleys. Both Bradleys just carrying infantry. Bradley destroyed. Now they're trying to eat at this other Bradley. Oh, look at all the guys repairing, trying to keep the Bradley alive right now. Oh, careful turning. 2 Bradleys destroyed. Key component there was coming over that hill, exposing the Bradleys to just a bunch of warriors. It's kind of funny that in the very, very beginning, you heard the British command chat saying they have Bradleys. And now look. They're down to 1 Bradley that I think has been RTB for a minute. U.S. has control over the western side of the forest here towards what will be the mid-cap. I'm sorry, just before the mid-cap. The mid-cap is actually forest industrial, which is down here that the British are about to start to cap. But you have guys already on. Oh, you have a radio here for the U.S. that is exposed to several British Armed Forces. 3 guys here on the Hab. U.S. guys trying to get there, but they're not going to get there in time if they don't start really pushing. Another vehicle down. This backline squad we were talking about earlier got into the forest, now causing some problems. Let's try to see what radio health is here. 69 seconds. It is on bleed. It doesn't look like there's much that can happen for this to save it unless this infantry gets there very, very quickly. There's still a couple guys waiting around the radio to defend it. There's a trade, unfortunately. British up 280 to 256. Mortars now coming down. U.S. mortars, it sounds like, coming down near this radio. This is going to bleed out. There's not an infantry push here. U.S. seemed to almost overextend with their armor and what they were trying to set up without proper infantry on the objective. It's going to leave this point very exposed to an attack.
Enemy close behind this rock.
Yep. Okay.
-1 rock.
Someone go down
Thank
those
you.
waters.
Nope.
Are we just waiting for them to run out?
Mortars pounding away at fortified farmstead, but their U.S. is now losing the cap on Boris. You've got a pretty significant infantry push over here on the western side. I don't know how much that is going to be able to affect Boris anytime soon, since they are already capping. U.S. really needs a logistics vehicle to play down here. I'm not sure how much they rolled those out at the beginning. British no longer capping Boris farmstead. Mortars are going to keep trying to slow down. If the mortars adjusted to just south of the point, they might get a couple kills and actually really be in position to stall.
Alright, whoever's has the fucking 50 cal bulldog, can you tell him to like learn the difference between British and US uniforms?
Yeah, I'll slap him on the penis.
We've got enemy transport.
US at least has a defensive setup here in case they do lose an objective, but this infantry push is now starting to get a little bit closer to Boris farmstead. They do have a rally set up. That might burn because there is one singular British Armed Force guy here tracking to the transport. The rally is almost immediately burned. Close enough. It is 292 to 213 in favor of the British Armed Forces. Kills a little over double in favor of the British Armed Forces. 43 to 17. 4 vehicles to 3 vehicles.
Squad 5, be advised, they're pushing north of Boris. They're on rallies.
All right, you have a ton of infantry beginning to filter in here to the tree line around Boris. it looks like US is going to set up in the tree line to the west, which is going to be an interesting thing to see how that plays out, because if a warrior like this one is watching the road, you have to cross past that, which is not going to be fun. Just having an IFV watching this road, you can cut out a lot of what could be on the western side.
Logi on my observe.
Logi on 12 observe, copy.
That group is now getting sniped by a scimitar sitting on a hill. That Logi is not going to be setting up on the west. Oh, maybe it still will. They're still trying to get it out there. Or trying to work it around.
That Logi went east of my observe. 4, if you take my Logi, you can at least leave the transport.
What a spot for the scimitar to be in to control the woods to the west of Boris. Now you have British Armed Forces sitting north of Boris.
Can we put the radio pouring on Boris? Especially indoors?
Enemy tank phone.
U.S. tank being called out.
Moving south from mark.
Shot out of the sky.
Infantry is pushing south from 2 observed.
Far east lane for the tank to be roaming down here. The British tank is now south of Pavlov. It looks like these guys could meet towards the southeast side of the map.
Enemy UAV over 4 to 5 Starfield.
There is the entire British army sitting on Boris now. They cleaned up the Bradleys, and they have been problematic since from the infantry foot. U.S. has got a lot of work cut out for them to try to push back the British at this stage. It is 342 to 202. It's 140 ticket difference in favor of the British, who are also up on kills as well. British are leaving nothing behind.
Squad 3 is that friendly near you.
Alright, enemy UAV destroyed.
Well, all is that the UAV has been killed as well. U.S. is just not catching a break. However, they do have some decent control over the western tree line now. But I don't know how, again, I don't know how much that's going to be in effect currently. British still have a decent amount of armor in play. Mortars need to start clearing a path for the U.S. to get up this hill. They really need to cap to balance out the round. But that is literally an uphill battle.
See why you do this one. Down to your right, down to your right. So, down here.
Yeah, I see that good shit.
Oh my god, GG. Well done.
Another Bradley going down. It got ammo racked. It is 333 to 184.
He's retreating more.
Engaging the tank.
He's retreating, he's retreating.
Keep marks on them because we're tracked.
Abrams backing off a fight. Looks like they did engage with the Challenger, but they are likely going to be RTB.
He's stopped on the corner of the forest. Mark.
Looks like I thought he would be going back to get repair. He should know he is spotted. Both teams' helicopters are flying around keeping tabs on where the tanks are. But nobody is moving. One of these tanks I would imagine is going to RTB. Looks like the Challenger is going to come out of their spot here.
Squad 1, we're going to try and disable that Abrams if we can get eyes on him from this high ground.
Raj, we got good hits on them.
If you can, I have airstrike ready.
He's moving.
Abrams now is mobile.
Watch out too. No longer on the street. He's actually head out.
I feel like the Abrams may just go ahead and RTB at this point. Challenger is chasing. Mortars coming in, but no infantry is quite making progress up towards Boris for the U.S. currently.
Enemy tank. Can't see anything yet. Hauling ass east.
Copy. They've got 6 or so guys in Butcher's house, but... Understood, thank you.
We're gonna take a look back to main to pick up the scimitar.
Oh, he's coming after us, one.
Yeah, he's still moving north from Mark.
Abrams, I think, is going to be able to get out of here before a problem arises for them to get stopped. I don't see a hat or ladder, anything in their way between them and Maine. So I feel like they're going to try to RTB, get repaired, and fight another day. But the Challenger is still chasing. I just don't know at what point they might have a clear shot unless they can get to basically where the Abrams is now and hit the Abrams in the back before they make it to Maine. Looks like the British did try some form of drop here, got eaten up by some U.S. forces hanging out at Butchers, playing defensively. U.S. does have a hab set up. You can hear their mobile mortars going off. Looks like they also have a tow set up here on the eastern side. But you do have infantry for the British looking to try to engage and apply pressure to Butchers. Oh, looks like we used a tow missile against infantry. I was about to say, I don't think anything of significance is there currently. In terms of vehicles, at least. British are not leaving any armored vehicles on the field. It is 313 to 152. But the British infantry is cleaning up vehicles as much as possible. Looks like you do have some U.S. infantry starting to filter in from the south. They may be able to get to this radio, which is actually in the open again, surprisingly, even though we've got buildings here. Kind of surprised about that. They do have 2 rallies up, one next to the radio, one further back. So someone could potentially respond if the radio does get damaged. Logi sitting here in the woods as well. I would imagine that we're going to hear, these guys are going to hear the radio here in just a moment. These radios are relatively loud enough. There may just not be enough mortars to clear all this up. It does seem like, though, the Challenger is still trying to get eyes on the Abrams.
Abrams is fully RTB'd, you say?
But I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, there, he's almost RTB. Almost in main protection, if not pretty close to main protection now. Still have plenty of U.S. playing defensively on Butchers. It's going to take a lot to be able to push the British Armed Forces off of Boris Farmstead. The mortars could hit anywhere around here and start doing damage to infantry. Looks like they did find the radio, but the radio is still intact. There's a lot of infantry here that can play and respond to the radio. There may be a call now to move it to protect it better. The mortars probably should try to hit this if they can. I don't know if they're in a position to do so. It does now look like you're going to have some infantry working the eastern side. Oh no, just some armor working the eastern side of Butcher. So if this warrior gets in position, they may be able to affect some Butchers. Spawns and some infantry here.
Squad A, be careful. That toe mark on K7s isn't accurate.
There are the mortars finally coming in near the radio. Couple guys hanging out next to one another. Radios, mortar is short of the radio. You've got a big group of British Armed Forces trying to respond to this push on the south side. There is still a rally over here as well. Ton of British still playing the southern side close to the radio. I don't think this is going to be an easy task to try to get rid of that unless mortars can hit it more directly, but they're still landing to the north. British still have enough infantry on the northern side to protect from another push if it was a white line push from the other objective. And now we have a little bit of a stalemate between the objectives themselves. Looks like we got the Bradley and the Abrams rolling out of Maine. Ooh, one of the warriors getting hit with the ATGM from the Bradley. Bushmaster going to work. Trying to finish off the warrior. Warrior is destroyed. Bradley is not tracked. But another warrior coming to hang out. Warrior is now engined. Second warrior destroyed, but the Bradley goes down. To a third warrior.
Squad 12, we have a really nasty MG that's fucking us around 10 POI. If you can help with that. They do have a tow there as well.
Roger, we're engaging the tow.
Now, 2 warriors are dead. If the U.S. can respond to this one, that would be great. Abrams and another Bradley are coming up to help out. British infantry starting to wrap around to Fishbowl here onto Boris Farmstead. I'm sorry, Butcher's house.
I think we killed the MG nest. We're not sure. Abrams is Naruto destroyed.
This warrior probably needs to bail. The Abrams is trucking pretty quickly. Bradley has chosen to go a little bit further west. There is a hat kit lurking in the woods for the British Armed Forces, probably eyeing a shot on this tank if he can get it.
Infantry push coming from the west, command.
West copy.
Abrams is sneak on by. Abrams killing a vehicle over here. Looks like one of the scimitars.
Tank popped us.
If we want a new hab location with the heli, where do we want this?
We're waiting for radio to go down.
Sounds like British want to move the hab location, probably the radio as well. The ticket bleed on US is kind of slowed down a little bit. It's 111 to 242. They've been able to take some chunks out of the British, but still a pretty big difference. About 130 tickets now. Looks like the tank wants to respond to this warrior, but looks like it gets hit by the hat kit. Hat kit is going to rearm.
Thank you, 7. Yeah, we're dead. Cooking off. We're gonna try and wrap.
I'm hearing a call that the... No, the warrior is intact still. I thought I heard a call that it was dead, like cooking off, but it doesn't... Seems okay. Probably damaged, obviously, but not dead yet. I'm wondering if the hat kit north of the tank, north of the Abrams, is able to get another shot off. Warrior's now dead.
We're dead, Abrams.
Oh, another hat shot coming in. Sounds like on the Abrams. It is tracked again. Pretty sure the British have a airstrike available.
Beautiful.
The rally's burned. Looks like there won't be any more hat shots from the... No, the hat is still here. Another shot hitting the tank. USA does not need to lose the tank right now. Think they'll be able to get the Abrams out, which would be very good.
Yo, Squad 7. Can we take a ride?
Sure.
I heard it right.
Keep that thing alive. Keep the warriors at bay.
West of Boris.
There's now, let's see, a push coming in more so from the western side of Boris. Let's take a look at this. This just looks like one of these slow fights that may not be a ton of fun. Another vehicle looks like it's going down for the British. It is 12 to 12 on vehicle losses. That is evened up. Kills 103 to 77. In caps are pretty big difference in favor of the British.
on, you've got a Bradley pushing near you. Have my boy try and mark him.
So there's a Bradley near us?
Bradley is kind of in here in a interesting spot. I have a feeling that this is also going to help cover up the fact that the U.S. is sneaking a Logi into backline.
Bradley on my observer. Bradley on my observer. He's going.
Enemy tank is coming up behind the Bradley slowly but surely. I don't know that the Bradley's going to know. The Challenger is sneaking up. And that might be really bad news for the Bradley that could get shot directly in the rear.
Bradley's still on my observer.
One of their weaker positions here. They need to move. I don't know that they know. I don't know what the calls have been with the tank for the USA side.
We need a... Yeah, I'm coming. Thank you. We are unable to get Hab up at the moment. It's fine, you take your time.
He's going west.
Bradley should know now that they got a tank cruising in. The Challenger sneaking up here. Oh no. Bradley didn't quite make it out. You got to be careful too. If you turn the pan off of the Bradley, you are one-shot ammo rack. But it probably doesn't matter now. That's just all gonna bounce. Oh, it did get ammo racked. Bradley destroyed. 10 tickets down for US.
There's an enemy Hab on fortified.
In the meantime, the British did get an attack fob up here. They are taking some control over the eastern side. You do have a Bradley trying to lay in some fire on this push.
It might be a fire shelter, actually. Did you build anything else?
Not to my knowledge.
Alright, send the U.
Mortars also coming in.
Just a heads up on 10's rally.
There is infantry, US infantry also trying to figure out what's going on over here. The Hab is not online. Rally will live a little bit longer, at least. Only one more U.S. infantry off to the eastern side.
We're going to get rid of radio on the east side.
Lots dead on objective. Being Butcher's house. Lots of U.S. dead or hurt, injured. Mortars coming in on that main building. Abrams is mobile.
Where? I don't see the mark.
Abrams pulling north now.
Go get a mark. Enemy heli landed fortified.
Reese observe. We saved radio. We saved radio.
British were able to delete their radio on the eastern side just in time.
Kind of run. Hopefully we can get that heli down.
Enemy heli's dead.
Yep, my guy outrighted him. He's gone. No more.
No real push now on either objective. That seems very substantial. U.S. need British to roll in some more vehicles. If the British can roll some more vehicles, the U.S. might be able to farm a few more kills and tickets off of the British to balance this out a little bit. It's currently 187 to 73. It's about a 100 ticket difference. I think we were operating with like 150 or so at one point. It's kind of calmed down a little bit on that front. Narrowed, at least.
I'm leaving the spawn camping. Bradley engaged us on M4.
Bradley tearing up something. Oh, hat kit. Hitting the tank. Tracking it. Scuba Steve putting in some work with the hat kit. Bradley. I'm waiting to see. There's the airstrike.
I'm in there having radio for butchers. Wonderful. My boys are gonna keep bullets red.
Let's see if the airstrike is able to get the Abrams. They marked it pretty quickly. But there's that slight delay before the airstrike actually hits. Abrams cooking off regardless of the airstrike. Abrams destroyed. Mango making sure the Abrams will not get back up. Mortars really hurting US from being able to get outside their hab. US down to 40 tickets. It's 40 to 176. You still have a Bradley lurking about on the western side, keeping any sort of flank at bay. If they can see this small group of infantry here, that'd probably be great to keep them from being able to get much of a foothold to the east side of Butchers.
There's no way they've got more than 50 tickets. Squad 9 directly north of your rally on ours. They're airbusting us on Morris, would you?
Oh, we got infantry along with artillery. It is a creeping barrage clearing a path for this US push off the hab coming in from the southeast. Let's see what this is all. This is a good group of folks here ready to push in. Let's see if this makes some form of attack that can make a difference in the game here. It's going to be still a hell of a push. They do have infantry here. Them being British, still have infantry in the area. They can still spawn. The US needs to push, try to get this hab offline and make some progress. You also have a bunch of British armed forces to the west, now working their way back to Boris as if they know what's coming next. Smoke's rolling in. It also looks like there's some mortar smoke coming in. Bunch of guys pushing now directly into objective. Smokes everywhere. Hab offline. It is proxied by the volume of infantry nearby. British can't spawn. Oh, don't go around the corner. British trying to get back into the objective as well. You do have a bulldog here.
We went from 4 sheds to 1. We gotta chill.
Enemies are south and east of us.
They're popping mortars on all force.
Boris still being capped by the US. The initial push kinda still in effect here. Few went down. That the bulldog is going to be a little bit of a problem on objective. They need to get a ladder hat in position, hit it. There's one shot on it. Bulldog destroyed. 2 chevrons now. That's good because they were sitting at a repair station.
We need 9 and 10 to come down here. North of Boris as well. It'll be too late. Okay, never mind.
Understood. We'll reroute.
What a push by the U.S. U.S. is about to neutralize Boris Farmstead that the British have held for quite some time. This will give them a little bit of a ticket boost, potentially put them up to 80. Oh, they need to watch those mortars, though. Those mortars probably need to be moved. I don't know if there's a communication issue, but...
I'm on standby for fortified farmstead in case they start to push.
4 chevrons for U.S. on objective.
Grab ammo if you need it.
Radio on bleed for British. That's 20 tickets. Bringing the British down to probably 125-ish if it were to bleed out right the second. Then you have the cap taking place. U.S. is down to 14 tickets. They need to get this off without losing any more tickets. You have an entire armor column for the British moving in to potentially counter or to slow down the U.S. from being able to take fortified farmstead.
Should we stick together, folks? If they do have half the trouble
I don't know what this magical wait till the last minute and then full send it, but wow. This radio should be about to bleed out, and it does. There's 20 tickets, minus 20 for British, and they're about to, the U.S. is about to get this cap. There's 60 tickets back for the U.S. It's now 118 to 74. U.S. has a tiny bit of breathing room. There is a couple British infantry out here to the eastern side. There's no point now for the British to push onto the U.S. position at Butcher's House unless they get to the radio, but I don't think that's going to happen right now. But the U.S. is going to get surrounded on the objective from the north and probably a little bit from the south, at least by armor. The U.S. probably needs to buckle down and see if they can bleed out whatever's left of the U.S. I'm sorry, of the British. If the U.S. pushes south, they just run into a pile of armored vehicles. You've got the Challenger, a Scimitar, and 2 warriors just sitting here.
It's absolutely fine.
3, your RWS has infantry in front of that rock they're at.
Really don't want this British group to push down to this hab and expose it. Although it, oh, it appears the warrior already spotting it. They are moving for it. You do not want to lose that radio. It might be time to dig down the radio, but I don't know if you can get anything up to help right now. They're just going to keep hitting it. They need to kill one of these warriors. We got a hurt Bradley out here. Scuba Steve still doing work with the hat kit, it seems. Looking for another shot on the Bradley. You don't, if you're US right now, you don't want to keep losing armor out in the open with no help. Let's see what we get. I was gonna be too close for that shot.
Two warriors gonna put a rep station up by command if that's alright.
It is a 40 ticket game in favor of British. British are making a counterattack now onto the objective. It looks like they've also dropped infantry near the radio, which is problematic for the US. I believe the Bradley is just going to try to get out to go RTB, and Scuba Steve may take a shot on this here in a second. Yep. He's ready to go. He's had a chance to get his stamina back. Oh, get up the rock, bud. They're trying to suppress, but they don't have the right angle. Lining it up. Running out of room. Catches the back end of the Bradley. What a shot, Scuba Steve.
Bradley's dead.
Good work, dude.
Good work.
All right, looks like the HAB has gone offline down here. For the US. British starting to make another push onto the objective. It's about a 50 ticket game right now.
Might not be accurate. I'm just saying I heard something around there.
Boris's farmstead is loosely defended.
US really needs a HAB to hold this. They do not need to lose this flag. They just got it. They've given up playing defensively on butchers. This is kind of all in at this point.
Is enemy infantry below 13? I know where the transport truck is.
There is another US push coming up here to try to get on a fortified farmstead.
We have a tracked logic going directly to you, squad 1, squad 3. It's moving directly.
Oh no, Logi getting called out in the open here. That was the HAB that you really needed to set up if you're US. Not enough information being passed to know where these vehicles are, it seems. I see one mark for a tank.
Yeah, we got it covered. Two's coming to help.
No capping yet for the British. US still holding. But it's 30 to 91. US are bleeding tickets now after the cap. That push, the counter push that came in from the north, like all the guys that were attacking butchers kind of doubled back, started pushing back into Boris, and it just seemed to be problematic for the US to continue to hold this. You have another Logi on the eastern side, but there's a scimitar sitting here.
12, keep an eye to your north. We've got at least
20 vehicles destroyed to 18 vehicles destroyed. This is a heavy armor fight. Armor focused fight. Mortars starting to hit the British that are currently on Boris Farmstead. British are starting to retake Farmstead here just below us. US down to 16 tickets, 86 to 16. I think at one point we had about 150 ticket difference. This has narrowed drastically in a pretty long match. 1 hour so far, the longest round we've played thus far.
the west of fortified farmstead real. Yes. Heard. Me and a couple guys will defend. Thank you. Be ready to move off. We get a lock on Boris, then pushing butchers is the move. Leapfrog it. How's it looking up there? We solid?
We don't see any armor out here.
Alright.
You can hear the airburst mortars hitting, trying to thin out whatever they can of the British Armed Forces around the objective. US is probably holding on to tickets. They're down to about 14 again. British sitting on one chevron. The mortars did some work there to clear out some of the folks hanging out and trying to take Boris. Now the U.S. infantry making a small push off of a rally, it looks like, trying to get up here, trying to slow down or disable this attack or counterattack that the British Armed Forces have launched. I hear warriors firing off. Challenger being pretty aggressive here on the east with what looks to be a scimitar. And that is the end of the round. 81 to 0. Well, I'm going to go look at the timeline first. Look at that. US narrowed it by so much, and then just another pile of vehicles get destroyed. Unfortunately, that radio and the swing on the cap were really huge to try to make that a tighter game. As for the scoreboard, let's take a look. We've got 183 kills in favor of the British, 304 in caps, 150 deaths, 22 vehicles destroyed. On the US, we've got 223 in caps, 145 kills, 186 deaths, 18 vehicles destroyed. The Bradleys and the tank early on got beaten up a little bit. Well, primarily the Bradleys taking some early losses, slowed down a little bit of the progression there. We are going to shift around some squads, see how the balance works out. Details. The US only lost 1 radio. The British lost 2. You can see 150 tickets to 160 tickets in vehicle losses. Soldier deaths 186 to 150. There's another 30 tickets or so. That the vehicle losses though, and that is just stacking up a little bit. Now we're moving on. Whoop. We're moving on to Manacugan. AAS, Advanced and Secure Light Infantry for the RGF and the USMC. All right, we still have a populated server, which is beautiful. We've got light infantry for both sides. Let's see, what side should we go to? I think we might stay on the USMC side because I want to see, to some degree... Yeah, I think we're going to hang out over here. And let's see how this all operates. Let's see what the USMC is going to do about a little bit of the armor that the RGF comes with. The RGF is going to bring the T90 and a BRDM, a couple BRDMs actually, whereas the US does not have a tank. But they do have Mat V-TOWs. They're going to have a couple extra hack kits, so it should be a good time.
You to take the helo.
Huh?
Either X or John, can I convince either of you to take the helo instead?
All right, everybody, let's see how this plays out. Again, we have light infantry for both RGF and USMC. Last round was the longest round that we have had. We're going to be on the side of the USMC. Let me actually go ahead and flip these and open up that so we can keep track of the caps at the very beginning. USMC is going to be spawning up here to the northwest. RGF is going to be spawning down in the southeast corner of the map. This is a 7 cap layer. We've got DS, Rat. We've got some EP, Unnamed, all hanging out here on the RGF side. We've got at least one KOF, some Wanks RTB, DS, Unnamed, TWS, bunch of people there on the USMC side. Good matches so far. All right, the curiosity will be how some of these groups or some of these squads spread out for some map control. RGF is going to be a little bit lower ground when it comes to antenna facility and Fairmont.
Some knockoff bullshit.
So whatever was at the PX.
This is what I got to learn how to do for rollouts.
That was such a good show.
It's like leather
The funniest thing
missing.
It's a weapon.
Yeah, it's
Who's
a
the bald guy from King of
It's
the
a
Hill?
Letterman.
Bill.
Dale?
Bill.
Bill.
No, Bill.
Oh, Bill.
Bill. He's all fucked up because of after COVID. He just ordered everything and streamed everything. He's like, I'll finish Netflix. Did you know you can finish Netflix?
That's actually really impressive. You did it again. I like that.
Big drop with a halo.
All right. Took a little ride so I could respond to some stuff. We've got Logistics Center being capped and Firebase Anna being capped. It looks like RGF is going to have a faster back cap currently. We have USMC trying to get close to Fairmont, trying to cross this river. But RGF already there.
Copy.
Looking like that was a helicopter drop on the objective. We got some infantry dismounting. RGF starting to respond.
Six, thank you for back capping, by the way. It's gonna take forever, but thank you.
Squad A tag.
I'm gonna grab commanders.
All right, so a small foothold here for the USMC. We've got a Rat Tiger here looking like they might be able to backline. That's an RWS. It probably hears the logistics vehicle moving in.
I can't fight this tiger. I have a Mark 19.
Oh, I wonder if the Logi heard the tiger and said, nope. Tiger's gonna kill the Logi, or at least disable. Looks like it will burn. And yep, Rad is gonna try to delay the cap here at antenna, and they do not have right now. USMC does not have infantry to help counter that or to disable that hold. That's I love that, because if you could get on this side of the river, you can cause some real damage for the USMC. We've got another Tiger. The USMC is going to have a hard time trying to get to Fairmont. They're already having a hard time getting to antenna facility.
Be careful. 3.
There's infantry, RGF infantry with a rally waiting in antenna facility. USMC is now stalled. Oh, no. We've got is that a BRDM? No, Tiger now pushing to Lumber Mill. RTB, this Mad V here needs to be careful, because this guy is coming, and he is... Tiger is waiting on this to happen. There's the call out. It's going to be a tough to counter. It's an RWS. Oh. Got the gunner out. Sorry, the driver's out. I would imagine he was bleeding. He's back in the driver's seat. He's going to go ahead and kill the Mad V. There's one person still here, but nobody capping the point. Squad 6 moving into cap now. The Matt V RWS is pulling up. They need to turn the gun around. Tiger driver in the driver's seat, switching back to the gun. He hears the Matt V. And he shot out. That is the end of this RWS for the Tiger here, or the RWS Tiger. That's dead. Matt V gonna take that fight. You have Russia holding now antenna facility. It is likely RGF is going to cap Fairmont, followed by antenna facility as it stands, once they get patrol base. USMC is going to have to figure out a push into antenna facility. You can see the RGF infantry already working up the hill.
There's the infantry. Antenna.
Oh, there's a lot of infantry on antenna. Not much in terms of comms right now. You do have some guys backlining here a little bit for USMC. Probably trying to slow down this cap. We'll see if they can affect the cap right now. Nobody on the Tiger ground. You got a few dudes just... Oh, there's the grenade. 2 down. Three infantry left here. 2 infantry left here. RGF still trying to cap. They still have a guy laying on the ground here trying to cap. One person still capping. They got to get to this guy. They know the tiger moved, right? So they got to push the guy at the tiger.
Yep, they're all over antenna.
They are no longer capping patrol base. So that small group was able to stall RGF on patrol base.
We've stalled their cap on patrol.
They're no longer capping patrol base. That's a really great move to kind of balance out the problems that USMC is going to face at antenna. I don't know how long they'll be able to hold that and slow down RGF's cap progression. You have USMC sort of stacking up now towards Lumber Mill, looks like, at least with some bodies.
Okay, let's try to unload early this in the tree line, if we can.
Are there guys on lumber?
No, not anymore. There was RWS, but 5 took care of it.
Alright.
Great job, Marines. We got the objective.
All right, here comes USMC. They got to start pushing here to attack antenna. RGF still stalled on patrol base. I'm going to leave the flags up because we want to see if they're able to make some progression through their caps, see who's able to try to get to Fairmont or antenna first. Latch shot looks like it misses. Matt V is going to continue on. Otherwise, they have buffered out of the objective a little bit. So RGF controls a chunk of this area. Couple infantry trying to sneak in on the southern side. RGF was able to set up a radio here on antenna to try to hold it. Russia was able to finally get patrol base. So now they're capping Fairmont, but US is starting to cap antenna facility.
11, I wouldn't cap it until we get more guys actually on antenna. But you know that.
So they're calling out not to try to cap antenna facility because it would just potentially go the other way, giving tickets to the other side. Right now, the patrol base stall is over with. It looks like, I think, probably squad 8 for USMC needs to try to maybe apply some pressure on the backside of Fairmont if they are able to move their rally up. RGF now 3 chevs on Fairmont with USMC still capping antenna facility. Their radio is here. Hab down here.
I got jump scared.
Nearby the radio.
We don't need to fortify Lumber Mill if we're taking
USMC cap has stalled an antenna.
Okay, then forget it. Let's just tickets. We need to have multiple squads attacking. Trying to assume 12. I can hold on defense if we want to leave.
Yeah, sure.
USMC infantry starting to filter closer. Fairmont is about 70-80% capped, meaning antenna facility will be available to RGF very soon, but they have to decap then cap. RGF Russia is well above in kills right now.
Did a chopper just land west of lumber?
No, he just flew by. Bradley's controlling.
Yeah.
Sorry, Bradley's controlling. Tiger's controlling so much of the flow of everything so far.
6, you can go. We're holding.
BRDM lighting up.
My vehicle, I gotta go lodge run.
BRDM lighting up a Mat V. USMC is elected to go ahead and set up HAB and FOB and everything on lumber as a defensive position. They're going to need that likely. Looks like Tiger opted not to push that any further. I hear the BRDM going off again. BRDM getting destroyed. BRDMs can be quite the nuisance if able to just roam freely. RGF again with a strong hold on Antenna. They're going to cap this. They're currently at 4 chevrons, so they have advanced the most through the objectives. Still running with a significant lead in kills as well. And they are up by 100 tickets. Currently, Russia does not have any pressure right now on Lumbermill, but USMC seems to be having a hard time extending their pushes, or they're just sort of delayed in trying to throw an attack out. You do have one USMC rally down here to the east of Antenna. We'll see if these guys are able to make any progress here. There's just a handful of guys so far.
Burnham is still north of Antenna. Is mark accurate?
Tigers floating around. I don't know if the Mat V wants to fight that fight or if they're just trying to slow down the Tigers a little bit. We went from a armor dominated matchup to the light infantry, which creates an interesting change of pace.
Squad 12, you have 2 open-top Tigers coming across that bridge in front of you. Get ready.
Hey, Heli, start scouting for the tank.
You do have some forward infantry playing kind of against Firmon here still, slowing down their ability to cross, it looks like. Ooh, 1 vehicle destroyed. There's a Tiger crossing. Do you have a hat kit in the area? 2 Tigers, 3 Tigers trying to cross.
Again, we need
I'm making my way up. I've just slowly cleared out their back line. They only are operating on
A little Tiger army moving up here to help out on Antenna facility. USMC also pushing in behind on Fairmont. That is Squad 8 probably needs to try to grab this radio here since it's just hanging out. That would be great for USMC to help balance out the match. USMC is now on a 1-ticket bleed, down by about 130 or so tickets. They're going to have to make a move to apply pressure to Antenna. This is going to expedite the timeline slightly, although it doesn't play that big of a factor long term. Maybe in the short term is a better way to put it.
It's probably the whole team now. There. I'm just trying to get a better idea of what we need. For example, do we want mortars?
Mortars will probably fucking
shit up. Because we can have.
That Logi just needs to stop. Don't push anymore, Logi.
Okay, I'll stop some orders then.
We okay?
No, there's a guy on me, right in front of me. Right on the other side of this rock.
South of the truck, 30 meters. We got a PKE northwest as well. Nice to meet you.
Logi gonna get destroyed. Again, currently no push here for USMC to attack antenna. Oof, RGF now pushing on to lumber mill en masse. It's a little bit late to try to disrupt anything at Fairmont. USMC getting spread out a little bit.
It's a full squad that just rocked up straight from the east of lumber mill. Oh, we need defense now. Yeah, I know. I get you.
Radio is still good. Hab coming back online. Nope. Back to being proxied. RGF now capping. Matt V, RWS trying to help out if they can to slow down this attack by Russian ground forces. You do have some infantry, USMC infantry coming back to the objective. They don't need to lose this. You do have RGF hanging out on the mountaintop to the western side, northwest. Here, it does look like RGF is going to get to this radio.
Hello, team?
Yeah, I'm looking. There's just smoke.
It's under the tower thing. This.
The radio's about to go bleed. 70-second timer. Two Tigers hanging out up here. Doesn't look like they can get a proper shot. Can the Matt V see the other one?
Halfway to be bleed out.
No, he's still up.
They're too short runs on lumber mill.
We're probably gonna need a squad to go to fire base.
All right, so USMC going to lose this radio and probably this objective at this point. It's like a lat shot taken. Oh, they were able to stall the cap with a hot drop.
Yeah, I think
Radio's going to be lost. They tried.
Can you get me up?
Oh my gosh.
Killed
Got him.
I'm gonna bleed out.
Oh, interesting trade. Briefly stalled. USMC trying to hold on to this objective. USMC also has bodies moving closer to antenna facility.
Oh my god. Really? Yep. West warehouse, ground level, close.
The Matt V army's here.
No give up. Here.
This corner here.
Still have RGF hanging out in the building.
One more to the left hand side, one to the right. One second.
Tiger sneaking up on the Matt V.
I'm bleeding when you get a chance.
Looks like USMC still holding on to lumber for the moment, at least. Not a great situation still for USMC. You have infantry pushing in on the south side for RGF, still trying to control this or take this objective. Currently no fob set up for RGF to maintain this. And there's a lot of infantry moving in for the USMC on the southern side of antenna facility. Enemy T-90 currently tracked. That'd be great for an airstrike. I don't know if that is a possibility right now, but it doesn't appear like it's going to be a possibility. But they definitely, USMC definitely does not want that tank to get very close to lumber mill right now. Question becomes if the USMC can do something here onto antenna and shift the balance a little bit. USMC has found the radio for RGF's fob here at antenna. They do not have proxy or anything, so RGF can continue to spawn until this radio is disabled. They are digging. You see they are beginning to react. They know what's happening. Looks like the LAT is loading a frag round.
Oh, he's on the other side. He's on the other side. There's two. They have a fucking kill zone. Well, I didn't know.
Radio is on bleed. It should get saved here in a moment. They needed a few more bodies with them. RGF is probably also going to take lumber mill, unfortunately, for the USMC. And it doesn't look like USMC has quite an answer for how to respond or to overtake either of these objectives. There's a Russian Logi moving up to and lumber mill right now here. making its way. USMC now on a 2-ticket bleed. This was pretty lopsided. We did have some disconnects just a bit ago that when we tried to balance, which kind of shifted everything in one way or the other. So it looks like we're going to have to do another balance check. Round very much in favor of RGF.
Chasing a logi, if it matters.
It matters. Always put your best effort in.
Liberty below me, logi.
Yeah,
It looks like RGF is just going to slowly bleed out tickets. RGF is already looking to attack Firebase. This is the difficulty with AAS, is if you fall behind, you might be behind for a little bit. They've already got a Logi. Sorry, that's a transport marked as a Logi. The 2-ticket bleed will finish the round in just a couple minutes. We are going to try to balance the round again before we go on to Camdesh. Rand Advanced Secure. TLF motorized versus ADF combined arms. Matt V pushing here, trying to take down the BRDM Spandrel. RWS, and that's a wrap. Rough round. Balancing again didn't work because we had some disconnects and some shiftings of teams and all that stuff between rounds. So that'll kind of be a wash on that one. Still a populated server. We are going to try to balance again with some folks to see if we can work that out a little bit. If you notice, the clan names next to the player names is returning teams that have come back for some events. So big shout out to all of those folks. Timeline, pretty straightforward stuff here. Let's see if there's still a queue into the server. If you are interested in taking part in Friday Night Fights, it is a public event. So you can get in just using the main server browser. Pretty awesome. It is open to the public. We do invite teams and communities to come take part in the event. So as you can see, we've got a bunch of clan tags. Everything from EP, RAD, TWS, UNN. We had Northern Lights earlier. Wanks, DS. So many folks. Probably missing some people. But again, appreciate the support. This is going to be the TLF versus the Australian Defense Force. They're going to have a bunch of PARs out on the field with a few ASLAVs fighting against them. An Abrams versus 2 M60s. We're kind of interested to see how the ADF handles being outmanned on armor, but the PARs aren't incredibly strong. And you have 1 extra ASLAV, then you do 25 mil PARs. So there is some balance in that. Hopefully we have some armor players still on this late. That'd be great. Now we are going to be on the side of the TLF.
Points are gonna go.
1 second, guys. I'm going to take a sip of water.
Whoever's backcapping second cap's gonna be one of those flags.
Still a populated server. Let's go. All right, we have Camdesh. It's going to be a run down the middle for the most part, then shift a little bit to the east. Again, we have the Turkish land forces fighting against ADF. We're going to be on the side of Turkish land forces, which will be blue. ADF will be red. That is the Australian Defense Force. The TLF will be spawning in the north with a variety of IFVs. And then you'll have the ADF spawning in the south. And we'll see how this runs here.
Be right back, gotta piss.
Perfect timing.
What you drinking, John?
Let's hop over to let's see. I think squad 2. I want to get a fight on the third person cam if we can. I'm trying to get better at all the camera tools. Again, shout out for squad admin tools for giving us some extra features, including the scoreboard you see live on camera here. Let's see if we can get. This is the Mark 19. They may just drive right on by. But we do have some close proximity here for a Logi. Driving through the woods. I don't know if the Pars hears it. Or sorry, I don't know if the no, the Aslavs do not hear the Logi sneaking in to the woods here. Aslavs are going to walk right on by, it seems. Oh, we got a mech infantry drop in the making, it looks like.
Someone take commander seat and look around.
Quiet here. Not really much happening yet. Oh, shots fired. LAV looks like it's lighting up some infantry that is currently on OP leaks. Squad 3 is far west. Little do they know they're not on objective, but they're gonna have a nasty way of getting in for a western flank.
We love that.
Now it looks like TLF is going to have to get through at least an Aslav and some infantry to get to Paprock. However, TLF does have a decent spread of infantry in different areas of the map, which might present some opportunity for them to have a little bit more control.
How close are you guys to capping OP leagues? I'm down right now. 4 chevrons.
OP Leaks is getting close to cap. Sorry, I forgot our flags. Currently, Australia has a little bit of lead on the ticket count. Still pretty early. Pars fighting. Aslav. Looks like one Aslav destroyed by the Pars.
Nice work.
Pars live to see another day, it looks like. Nothing north of them if they're able to keep rolling out of here. There's no ladder hat nearby. They should be good. That's big. That's a good take for the Pars. 285 to 280. Ticket count narrows. Looks like squad 9 is going to have to push into Paprock with squad 10. Squad 4 and 5 are near the what'll be the mid cap.
Boats are the mid cap.
We got some heli flyovers, trying to operate a little bit of close air support here. It does seem like it is likely for TLF to have a presence on the mid-cap before the Australian Defense Force does. Squad 9 is now pushing closer to this objective. Appears to be pretty much cleared out. They did pull some infantry, looks like, to squad 3, so it looks like they're going to try to move back over here on the eastern side. You do have guys now entering Paprock for the TLF, and they're on NORAD.
Aslav is further east now. He's at the Kale area.
Like by your guys that are to your south?
Yep. I think he's chasing us. We were fucked up RTB, but we're safe now.
Pretty quiet match so far. Only a couple kills for either side. 299 to 284, just based on who's capping. Oh, we got a Pars about to meet an Aslav here. And those... That's not a good fight for that Pars. Aslav is going to win that battle. But it's going to take a latch shot on the way out. So it's off to the mid-cap being NORAD. Looks like squad 4 for the Australian Defense Force is setting up a fob not too far away. But the TLF is going to have a strong presence to the north and to the southwest. Here's you're about to have a hot drop here of ADF jumping on the range, stalling the cap. RWS PMV trying to slow down some of this infantry getting hit with a lat. Aslav now rolling in. Radio might be identified. Not marked, so maybe they didn't hear it. Aslav and the RWS causing some trouble here.
Alright, squad 5, if you guys get eyes on the Aslav, just update marks for armor.
Squad 4, lab is heading your direction.
Infantry for ADF filtering in to mid-cap, stalling the cap. ADF's fob is directly on point. I don't know if this is going to get built, but this infantry on the north side needs to probably push in and try to see what they can do to assist the infantry that is actually on the objective, or ADF might push these guys off. 283 to 298
Got him. Hold.
in favor of ADF.
He's right there.
Vehicle destroyed. That might have been a PARS. Looks like Aslav gonna get double teamed by two 25 mil PARS. Couple vehicles going down for Australia. Now they're going to try to hit some of this infantry here. Looks like one PAR's taking a lat shot. PAR's trying to get out of there. Looks like they're about to get the hab. Oh no, that might have been a repair station. The hab is already up. TLF now has control of the mid cap with a push probably coming in here on the eastern southeastern side of the objective. There's also some infantry for the Australian Defense Force to the south.
Maybe you should just play defense for a while on this point.
Infantry about to collide here on the southeastern side.
Where the fuck is this dude?
I hear enemy tank firing off. Squad 1 with the TLF tank is moving in with the M60. They're saying the Abrams is currently one-manned. Aslav taking a lat shot to the rear. They need to get this tank back up. ADF needs to get this tank back operational. Try to get it out of this spot. Not a good spot for it to sit for too long. I was almost wondering if there might have been an airstrike on the way for this. It looks like we're about to have the other tank rolling up there. Sorry, the M60 might be rolling up here. Oh no, this tank is a sitting duck currently. If they can see it. There it is. They need to get that turret up. That's not a good spot for the Abrams to sit. He doesn't know where he is yet. Now he found him. Aslav trying to assist, but the tank is now burning. Abrams likely going to get finished here. Oh, the shell misses. I guess they're just going to let this burn. Can the crewman get another shot off on the M60? Yes. There it goes. Abrams destroyed. We have a 261 to 226. M60 taking a couple shots, but we'll walk away. There's a lot of infantry just spread between NORAD and this hab set up for ADF. You don't really have a push coming in on ADF yet for their defensive position. Got a group of ADF all grouped up here next to their hab, which appears to have now been pretty much found. You got a PAR sitting here and transport taking a risk. You've got infantry from TLF now pushing the open hab. Infantry rolling up now. That's going to be proxied. You do have enemies still at the hab itself. There are folks all around this hab. I don't know if they realize. Well.
Fuck, I'm sorry, dude.
Oh, he got TK'd, unfortunately. Let's see. Are they going to dig down this radio because of the hab proxy? Yes, they are going to try to self-destruct this radio.
Is that
I'm
running?
Turkish.
Two of them.
I'm Turkish. I'm Turkish.
Grenade.
There's two. There's two of them.
You got one.
Mike got one. Clear?
Radio now in possession of the ADF. Is there anybody around to help? I'm sorry, in possession of TLF. No one from ADF around to assist currently. That is going to be a loss of a radio for the Australians. However, the Australians do have a rally to the north now of NORAD. Looks like Squad 1 has a push coming in from the north side here. It's going to take a little bit of time. They can start to apply some pressure. It does look like you do have some TLF checking out the west side, but that looks pretty much disabled. Sounds like, yep, there's still a PARS here playing defensively.
Enemy radio on bleed, east and right.
Radio called out on bleed east of NORAD. PMV RWS trying to help out. Hit with a lap.
They're rushing the enemy radio.
PMV now burning. We've got a Aslav potentially about to run into a vehicle here. PMV staying up. I wonder if they think they killed the guy in the PMV. It is still operational. It has been repaired, so it's no longer on fire. Let's see if he gets out or chooses. Nope, he's back on gun. Radio has bled out for ADF. PMV starting to fire off again. There is some TLF infantry starting to filter closer to the Australian Defense Forces defensive point. But TLF has a massive group still hanging out at NORAD, mid-cap, controlling that area pretty decisively. You can see here's some pressure coming in. I don't think this push is going to be enough. You're going to have a full respawn here of ADF playing defensively since the attack fob went down, but you do have a new Logi rolling out of Maine, it looks like, headed north towards NORAD for an attack position from the ADF. Logi splitting off now, going west. Pars catching a transporter. Logi. Transport's gonna die. This vehicle's gonna sneak by. We do have a Pars 25 mil sitting up here. Don't think they hear the Logi driving around them. Yeah, they do, but they can't see it from that position.
North of me. Yeah, check mark. Tagged him once, he ran off north.
Still not much pressure here on the defense point Tatar for ADF. It's just like a little bit of a trickle of some TLF infantry. Currently 210 to 143 in favor of the Turkish land forces. Looks like this Logi is going to sneak on past, potentially be in a position to set up something for Australia to get a attack position set up. If they can get through some of the forest on the map. They're going to keep moving north. I'm not sure where they want to go for this. Oh, I see the mark. They're going to try to sneak in pretty close. You also have Squad 5 with another Logi that looks like it wants to wrap around potentially. Yeah, to the northwest. So it looks like Australians are hoping that they can hold the defense point, try to get a fob set up to counter an attack onto NORAD, the mid-cap, turn the game around a little bit. It's about a 60 ticket difference, 70 ticket difference actually. Not to one cap difference basically. ASLAV trying to clean up some of the infantry that's pushing in to Australia's defense point. Uh-oh. Pars. Pars getting destroyed by the ASLAV. I don't know if the Pars knew exactly where the ASLAV was. One Pars 25mm is destroyed. You have Squad 4 moving up with their own vehicle.
Enemy vehicle west in the rain.
The other 25mm Pars decided to come in and finish that job. So it looks like now what we're going to have here is a push coming in from the northwest. So Squad 5 went for the HAB for the Australian Defense Force. They're setting up here to the northwest. Kind of far out from Noreen, but in a safer position than probably directly west where Squad 4 is, because there's already infantry south of where their rally is. So it looks like TLF was already reacting to that. I would imagine, yep, there's the HAB coming up, getting built. So there's going to be an attack, but that's going to take some time to play out. It is in the open. I don't know if the TLF have a mortar set up to do much about that. I don't know that it really matters. A lat shot coming in on this PMV down here. Both teams holding defensive positions. Looks like TLF is getting a rally up to the north to try to push into Tartar here, but they have started to set up. Is it Tartar? Tatar. They have started to set up some emplacements to help cover it. I don't know if this is going to be an easy thing to take without some infantry support. I'm sorry, without some artillery or mortar support to help cover up the push or disable some of the things in the way. Here comes a static artillery. So this might open up a window. Looks like they also have got a Pars to the north. That might just be an MK-19 grenade launcher. Pars. Infantry setting up here to the north, but there's still a lot of bodies they got to walk through. That artillery might clear up some of it. Also, a lot of blue infantry on the southern side of the point. If they can coordinate this after the artillery, that would be huge.
towards Paprock.
Aslav, north side. Squad 4 looks like it is responding to the call out.
Running west away from Artie. Squad 10, be careful. He's going towards you. He's northbound of Crimmark.
Get back in, guys.
All aboard, all aboard.
Copy.
That's a Pars. I'm hoping he doesn't see us.
Pars driving right by. Doesn't know the Aslav's hanging out here. Looks like counter artillery has been set up on Na Rain. Both teams wanting to run artillery and try to clear a path for infantry to push in. Artillery's finishing here on Na Rain. Infantry starting to filter in from both the north and the south. Let's see if they can start making some progress. They're gonna have a little bit of support from a Pars. Slightly a mechanized push rolling in. Looks like Aslav did win a fight. I'm sorry, the Pars won a fight against the Aslav. Pars in pretty rough shape, but won that one. The other Aslav still staying stationary. Had those two been grouped, they might have taken this guy out. But it doesn't look like he's going to go onto the road and attack. No, they're going to work with the infantry to try to push the objective. So they're going to go to push Na Rain. Meanwhile, blue TLF starting to make a little progress towards Tatar. This is going to be a creeping barrage on the objective here. It looks like it is in line with infantry, so they can follow it up. But TLF has infantry hanging out outside of that area too, so they can kind of run right in. Hab has gone offline here, despite being indoors. Oh, here comes the hot drop directly by the radio. They're going to dismount a bunch of folks. Hab will stay offline. Radio's going to get attacked right off the bat. Radio's being dug down. These spicy pushes have been really fun to see play out. Goosebay had one. We also had one on another map, Gorodok at Boris Farmstead. Radio's already on bleed. The timer has started. We're below 66 seconds on that radio. You do have some TLF trying to get a little bit closer to the radio. See if they can just probably disable it, but there are two guys inside. We're gonna go to security camera footage. They've got a setup here to make sure that you can't get into the building as well as get to the hab. The Aslav is rolling around also. Just don't think there's enough bodies here to try to take this for or to try to remedy the situation. ADF is now capping Na Rain. So they are down 68 to 157, and they're about to get a cap, which will give them a ticket boost to 60. TLF is about to lose another 20 tickets to a radio loss in 3 seconds. There that goes. It is now 137 to 68. It is too late for the TLF to try to take Tatar, but that is where most of their presence is. Now they have to do pretty much a full reset off of the main and try to push down and try to grab Narain back, probably, or set up a defensive on Paprock. But in the position of the hab that they've set up for ADF, you do have the ability to also attack Paprock pretty quickly. It is in a place where it can actually attack both of those objectives. Tatar is getting capped, but it's too little too late for the TLF to try to take that. Narain just gave Australia Defense Force 60 tickets, 127 to 121 now. ADF in that one hot drop just bounced around. It does seem like it is possible.
On the radio, Phyllis. Get down.
That oh yeah, so I see ADF is looking at self-destructing their radio.
Okay, I know. Just stick it down.
They may self-destruct their radio before TLF. TLF is choosing not to push into the hab.
Yeah. If you are from the announcer, I didn't trade with him.
Push inside.
Oh, check the radio, guys.
Oh, calm down, bro.
They left the radio. Oh, that's sneaky.
Get rid of it if you can.
Nobody else from TLF is in position to help here. They're going to be able to self-destruct this radio. And there you go.
Good shit, Tillis.
As soon as it goes down.
All right, now we've got a bunch of PARs getting ready here to do something. I don't know if it's advised that they try to push in and try to take the rain back, although that would be helpful in terms of tickets. The game has just gotten balanced off that one cap.
Is that radio mark accurate on your guy? Yeah, it's staged. Copy. Tank on the west side, near my lat.
It does look like this radio was found. There's nobody here to do anything about it necessarily. One tank, Abrams, on the west side here, near Paprock.
RWS south of Paprock dead.
Because we don't need it anymore.
They have repaired radio unless they...
It's a liability. It's out in the open. They know where it is. They're going to mortar it if you don't take it down right now.
They're trying to make a decision as to whether to delete that radio. It is in the open. It has been exposed to the enemy team. It's a good flank. I mean, little do they know there's no one else pushing it right now, but that doesn't mean they won't later. Looks like helicopter hit a tree? Not sure. Or got beat up and then hit a tree. Infantry is near Paprock, but so are some IFVs. You do have the tank easing up as well as an ASLAV. Looks like another hot drop might be inbound. Aslav's double teaming a Pars over here. You have a pretty much an a mechanized column just that's going to be able to have a field day here with TLF if they don't get something set up. Although they have to be careful because the Abrams is lurking around. The tank, the M60 for the TLF is in main. It might be sneaking out here shortly. Pars destroyed by the Abrams. I think they were just trying to lay low. Let's see if they're going to run into the... No, they're going to start moving away from the TLF main. Nope, they're going to flip back around, put their armor towards the main. I'm trying to see if the M60 is going to pursue, and it might. M60 closing in this direction. Otherwise, infantry starting to push in on the western side of Paprock. Aslav's taking position as well.
Thinking there's a hab on leaks, potentially.
So he's an asset of Paprock area.
Tank taking his time, probably smart. I don't think they know exactly where the enemy tank is now. Oh, Abrams with a snipe. Oh, if they don't see it, they think it might have been to the right, probably because of the track. M60's burning. Abrams still full health. 47 tickets, 77. It's the 30 ticket split. Keep in mind, TLF was winning until that cap on our rain at the radio. It was a big swing. Abrams now moving up. It's going to meet another M60 if it keeps going this way.
Enemy taken, moving east towards you too. Mark accurate, he's on the left running.
M60 immediately gets tracked. Now the Abrams can go hull down. Abrams still full health. There's a good hit. M60 destroyed. Unfortunately, that's about 30 tickets back to back. Lost. Or the TLF. There is a Pars, I think, that called out that they wanted to try to engine the Abrams. I don't think that's advisable at this stage. Oh no, but they are going to find the 25 mil as well. It's going to be another 10 tickets lost. Vehicles at the end killing TLF's ticket count. They're calling for help with the ASLAV. I just don't think there's much that can be done besides just having AT try to deal with it. You got an Abrams lurking about. It's just a little bit of overwhelming firepower for the ADF. In favor of the ADF, at least. And that is a flip.
Oh my god.
ADF was losing, took one flag and a radio, and took the lead. 12 vehicles to 23 vehicles. Oh my god. 223 in caps to 190, 155 in kills to 125. Timeline is going to show the flip there at about 43 minutes in, and then just the armor fallout that followed. That's tough. You're going to have 175 tickets and vehicles lost. The losing 4 tanks will really set back a team, not including all the IFVs that are out there as well. That's 60 tickets just in tanks. That is a flag cap in itself. Compared to 110, both teams lost a radio. That's pretty even.
Advance and secure. Push out and secure all objective areas.
Guys, that is likely going to end the broadcast portion of the event. I appreciate you all for watching streams. I appreciate you for taking part in the broadcast itself. We'll cut up a couple of these. We'll make some VODs, hopefully. I think there's a couple good rounds there that we should share out into the world. I hope that the teams competing in this enjoyed the event. We have played... This is our 6th map. This is actually the last map in the rotation, but it's exciting to see the fact that we were able to maintain a population all the way through this, and it's still at about 40 to be 40 almost. 36 v 37. It may die off, but that's pretty solid, guys, especially with a mod added and some other games coming out and all that jazz. I appreciate you all for taking the time to be a part of this. That was 5 rounds of some pretty good competitive gameplay. I think there was only 1 round we probably would have liked to make some adjustments to had we seen it earlier, but sometimes that happens. So I hope you guys enjoyed the experience, enjoyed the event, enjoyed hanging out and being a part of it. I am just going to actually have to end the broadcast because it is on a delay. So you guys won't be hearing this for just a minute, but I want a big shout out to Unnamed, Sassy Vok for setting up the server, to Squad Admin Tool, Stepan, thank you for working on that. Everybody that took part, all the teams. If you are a returning team, you get your tag in there after the next event. But thank you guys for taking the time to be a part of the stream, to be a part of the event itself. It's been a lot of fun to be able to host this, and it's neat to see that it gets seeded so quickly and people really get to enjoy the experience and hopefully have some fun. So yeah, guys, that is going to wrap it up for me on the broadcast itself. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And you all take care. I will be back streaming on Sunday. He's streaming on Sunday and playing a little bit of Battlefield 6 open beta, and probably getting wrecked in that because that seems to be the vibe. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Y'all take care of yourselves. Be good. And I'll see you all on Sunday. Adios, everybody.